tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 at the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Jack keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. The weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky, from the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line.
morning. Let's go see if we can maybe completely finish the barn removal today. Should be mostly done after today, I think. Not much left. Yeah, John will take the rock removing tractor. I can take the other one, then we should first shovel the rest of the crap or the wood tiles, and then I can take some stuff away with the bucket and then maybe switch to the forks so I can lift. There's a couple of heavy rocks that he can't lift with the other lifter, so probably need to get them with this guy, but put the forks in the front. We will see. But yeah, we got that stuff, we got the gloves, we got... I don't think we need anything else, everything else should be at the field. Methinks. Didn't work, so this is the bug that sometimes happens. I don't know if there's some tractor experts, but you need to, like, to be able to lift the front loader, you need to press this button after you start it, and sometimes when you press it, it just then enters the blinking mode and then nothing happens, and then you can either try to restart the tractor or you can pull this fuse and put it back. Then you can use now I can press the button, now it's shining, and then you can press it. Now the front loader works. But that's some sort of electrical issues. We have not been able to figure out what it is. We had it to a shop, they couldn't figure it out. So there is something weird going on with that. I don't really know what it is. Also, sometimes the light for the, like, glowing, like before you start the engine when it's cold, the glow thing, there's like a light for that, but it doesn't work in the winter, I would say, and sometimes in the summer, randomly when you're driving, it starts, like, it says that it's on. So some random electrical issues, but they're kind of like intermittent. They're not like always there. Sometimes there, sometimes not. Other than that, everything should be working. That piece of, there's like a wooden piece, I need to remove that, don't want to drive over that. It could have a nail in it. dandelions are out again when it's sunny. little puddle. Let's see, hopefully it's not too muddy. It rained again, like it rained maybe 5 millimeters yesterday. It's gonna be probably a little bit muddy there, but I mean, can't really wait. The grass is growing so well that we don't really want to wait more. Otherwise it's gonna be impossible to rake the last stuff. Now it should be still okay-ish. continue where we left off last time, I think. Somewhere over there, probably. It should be fine. Luckily we got where there's like some puddles. I think this place is like a little higher here, so there shouldn't be any like too big puddles. Should be okay to rake the rest. We kind of did the muddy parts. Most muddy parts maybe. But yeah, it's we tried to do this so it would be, when we're outside, you know, it rains, of course, and that would be good for the fields, but now it's like raining a little bit, so it would be better with more rain for the fields, but then it's again enough rain to kind of mess up this, so still the rain got us with just the wrong amount. Nah, but any rain is good for the big fields. I think they're mostly in pretty good shape now. The really driest spots are a little bit, could be more rain, would be better, but could be worse also. It could have rained nothing after seeding, and then we would be completely screwed with everything. Or then it would be a lot worse even on the fields. But yeah, let's start raking the last stuff together. Put the crowbar here so we know where the tools are. Then most of the tools we can remove then later, because we don't need crowbar here really. We just need to rake this and then remove some rocks. But where's the small rake now? Ah, it's there. And it's slightly muddy here now, but should be able to rake some stuff together. Hello there, Jim. Now I guess after the little rain, now we can see, like, here's like a big rock, and there's like a bigger rock. There's a few in the middle here, like longer rocks. And then John already removed last time a couple of, that one was too big, but he already removed a few of the rocks here. I guess if we find a little bit of suspected nails, if we dump it down the bottom of that would be below plowing depth, and it would be kind of like safe. Like, that's so deep. But yeah, let the raking begin. And then once we got all this crap raked away, then we can do some metal detecting. Still a bit of wood to remove. A lot of this is not too bad. It's not too thick of a layer here, luckily. I guess that's gonna be the harder part. There's some plastic. Put the plastic somewhere. Add another plastic piece over there, I think. Also. Put that in the trash pile. Gonna remove later. Then this guy. Fish it out. Yeah, John is I guess he's gonna grab a few rocks here in the beginning already. We could do this first, but I guess it doesn't matter too much. It's all gonna go, so doesn't matter too much in which order it goes. Here's some bigger pieces. I think this log was almost there. Why all that stuff there? So we had the big barn here. Now when we removed the barn, like this is all the small stuff that fell down. This is mostly from the like wooden roof. Like there's a bunch of these wooden shingles. And then there's like some rotten wood from the foundation and yeah, all the junk that's left. But only this left, and then there are foundation rocks which John is trying to rip out there. You can see them, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 foundation rocks. But yeah, it doesn't look like a barn anymore now. It's very little left now. Most of it is removed already. But yeah, this is just like some old rotten foundation pieces. Basically nothing left almost. But otherwise, if this would be only wood, then you could kind of just leave it and plow it in the ground. But like a lot of these pieces, they have some nails somewhere. So that's why we gotta clean this so well, because this would be very bad for a tractor. Bored with a nail. And grab all the bigger parts first and then rake the rest. But yeah, if we don't get any surprise rain like last time, then we should be able to clean this all up today. We would have done it yesterday already or last time, but it started to rain. When was the barn built? I believe originally like probably almost 100 years ago, but it was first in another place, I think, and then they moved it here like maybe 70 years ago, 60 years ago. So very old, very old. That corner rock was too big, but maybe the smaller ones he can get there. Some of these are small, but some are bigger. That one, yeah, that one's small. That one he can get easy. No problem. Most of them are like that, but then there's a few bigger rocks. But yeah, he's got, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's like 20 rocks here at least. So there's gonna be many loads for that trailer. But yeah, we should just remove this shit now. Remove the wood. Maybe I should start with the hard part here, rake this stuff that's in the grass. This can be a little bit tricky. A little bit tricky with the grass and stuff. You need to write the history. Yeah, I mean, this barn wasn't anything special, I think. There's a lot of barns like this in Finland. But it is true that it's like part of the farm's history for sure. But yeah, it's nice in the morning now, it's not too hot yet. So we're gonna try to do this raking thing first here. Then he can load the logs like that, that's fine to do even if it's warmer. But now he's got two, he can get like maybe 4 rocks at a time. 4 or 5. So there's gonna be like 3-4 loads probably. And then just leave the ones that are too big for the... I can get them with the tractor and the forks I think later. Oh yeah, he got the next one again. He can get most of them like this. There's only like that one was too big and maybe the corner one was too big. So maybe like 5 that are too big for that loader. That's a heavy one. Heavy rock. Heavy rock. Here's a lot. Here's a lot of this stuff still. Thank God it's just not too long of a section anymore. Bore. Oh yeah, three big boys loaded up. Ja näin, me bara får så ta resten med det där, bara får oss lite så får man med gaffeln och ta den andra. Ja. Jag tror att de där som är i hörnen, de har sett i de största i hörnen, vet du. Ja. När man ser man putsas där så ser man allt som är kvar. Ja. Nej, men man ser, det är nog största delen är just den här basslist size. Det är fråga om 5 kanske som är för stora. Ja. De där små kan man kasta i bara i millan om man får de där för hand, såna mindre. Börja med att raka det här på hagen först, prova att fiska ut allting från gräset först. De tog eka så det var sånt som man måste kratta, det var lite kvar sen smått. Så här får de här som är där som det är en grop här just där vitsi som vattnet kom ner från taket. Där är kunnon satsi med tavara där. $100-year-old wood, how's it look? So the most part of the barn was still fine. fine. Like everything that was not on the ground was still good wood. We can see we took the most of the barn like back to the farm, so we can see when it's there. But the stuff that was like when the foundation sunk in the ground a bit, the wood that was on the ground was obviously, as you can see, completely gone. But the actual wood that was up in there was still like pretty good after 100 years or 70 years. Yeah, it was weathered, but not most of it was still like fine. Oh, this one we need to pull out. Here's like it when the barn fell down, something went in the ground. I think that one we can make with the grapple. We might be able to get that. We'll try to remember to get this out. That could also, if you drive over that could also be bad for the tire actually. It's like wedged in the ground. Here's a little pile. Yeah, this one. With the grapple we might be able to get this one. Right now it's like, could be 1 meter in the ground there. But yeah, probably clean the side first here, that's hard. And then get that's the easier part there where there's no grass. Can we build another barn? No, I don't need a barn here. Like you could, for sure you could, but I don't need a barn in the middle of the field anymore, so that's why we're removing this also, because it's basically only in the way here now. Not needed here anymore. Times have changed. Yeah. Don't really need hay barns in the fields anymore. Oh yeah, here was a bad piece. Big. Look at this guy just out here. Looked like a wood piece. Man, you gotta check every place. This could have been bad. And it was quite far out here. Gonna make sure that there's no pieces here. It's like just a little pile of stuff. Same this whole area. I gotta scan this whole area before we drive with the tractor there. And then I'm gonna use the big magnet to roll over this to hopefully find most of the loose nails. But I could help shovel that into that bucket now. Or rake the stuff that's on the inside here. Still a bunch here. Remove all the rotten wood and you see the foundation rocks better. A bunch of these random sticks and things here. But this area is pretty clean here. Shouldn't be too much wood there anymore. And we just have this, I guess, like a quarter left. That's a nasty piece, this one. Nails, bunch of nails in this one. Kind of hidden underneath. Some ancient wood from the 3,000 years ago. Maybe not. Maybe not that tall. Bigger pieces. Shovel this. I'm going to get this still in that bucket here. There's not that many. There might be like 3 or 4 buckets or 4 buckets here, but it's kind of spread out and some bigger stuff in it. I can start shoveling through. I guess I can rake this first though. Finish this off. There's like this little bit. Kind of need to rake this a few times and then grab together again, and then this should be the last of this on the outside. Growing up, Uncle managed 2,000 acre farm. That's decent sized. That's like something like 700 hectares or something. It's pretty good sized. But yeah, it's very good weather now to do this. Now it's not too hot. It's just perfect when you do a little bit of things. It's a good weather for this. I need to grab the other shovel and I can shovel smaller stuff. And it's only slightly muddy. In some places here there's like, you can see there's a little puddle, but it seems like this area is like a little bit higher. So we don't need to walk through the water too much. See if it does this. Oh, it wants to, cell phone wants to update all kinds of apps. And the other side. And this is pretty clean now to here. Then I go further there. Clean up on field. This is, I guess, this is almost the most time-consuming part, getting all the small stuff. There's really no. can't really use a machine here. Like you could, even if the bucket, if you try to push with the bucket, it's just gonna, it's so uneven that you can't get the stuff, this small stuff. Kind of need to rake it by hand. Luckily I only need to do this once per barn ever. So it's okay. We don't have, after this one there's only maybe one old barn that we're gonna take down at some point, but it might be after 5 years or something. So this is very much almost once in a lifetime experience. We have removed a couple other barns, so this is like barn number 3 that we remove, but after this one, max one more, I would say. There's one, the one long one over there, if you see it. That one might go in the next 5 years. But then we don't have really any barns in the fields anymore, which is good. Yeah, and the one really old one at home, it's like, it's not on the field, so it's not in the way. Yeah. So this one was old, but we actually have one older barn, the one that we have some wood back at the farm. But that one is not in the field, it's like on a little island, so it's not in the way, so we can just let it be there. No need to remove that barn. But if this barn is 100, then that barn for sure is 100-year-old, because that one was also moved from somewhere. And it's like a log. It's like a log barn. Might need to rake. I haven't really raked there anything. I'll rake this now. Remove the hard stuff first. There's some left, yeah, for the view and like. But yeah, here on the other side there's like from plowing like a ditch, but here you can see it's pretty flat. Like these ones, you plow these ones, it should be smoothened out pretty easy. Just need to fill in the holes where the rocks are. That will probably happen when we plow the field like next spring, then you can, after that you can harrow it and stuff. Make it smooth. This stuff is kind of hard to lift with like these long wooden pieces. The other rake might be dangerous there. Could break. så jag kan just det där är inte mycket, så det går bra att kratta hiot så får man lägga man kasan där. Men sen det här som de stenar, så det går lättast bara man drar just den första metern, bara man drar den inåt dit, så får man fram de där stenarna. Men de får löna så att kratta hiot, för det ska ju hiot. Och där är inte mycket, de första metern, de är inte så mycket talat ofta. Annars så här är inte så mycket på den här backen här, det är nästan de där rutiga stuckarna som är med där. Där är inte så mycket pärtor. But yeah, you can see how green the field is. Like when we started this like a week ago, it was way less green. Now the field is almost completely green. Once we remove this crap, you can see this clover all will be like knee high in 2 weeks, I would say. It's really gonna start to grow from here. This field will just be grass this year. We'll mow it like a couple of times to kill the weeds. But that's why this is a good year to remove the barn. The field will just be grass this year, so even if we drive on it a little bit, like it's fine. The grass will die from it. Good morning there, alien. Yeah, we had yesterday, the day before yesterday, we had 1 millimeter. Yesterday we had like 4 millimeters. It seems like more here because there's some puddles, but not much rain, but a little bit of rain. Enough to make everything muddy here a little bit, but it's fine. Today it's not raining, so we can do some stuff. And after today there should definitely not be much stuff left to do here. Det skulle vara nästa vidare, någon dag som skulle bara vara 10 nästa vecka, ja. Today it's 23rd maybe. I don't have it on the first front screen here. Probably 23rd or something. Yeah, it should be. It's not gonna be hot, that's good. The longer we can stay out of the hot weather, the better. Joo, nu ryms det mer regn. Soon we can dump it in the trailer. Nej, det är inte bra, jag tycker inte alltså. Yeah, so I saw in France it's all France and Spain. It's all also like between 30 and 40 degrees. Crazy weather. We had one day here a few days ago where it was like 30 degrees. It was luckily one day. Just one day. That's fine, but we really don't want those long streaks of hot weather. That's very bad, very bad. Poutas. No idag det är poutas, det meni igår var det inte myrskyn. And it's gonna be today. It's gonna be kind of windy, and tomorrow it's gonna be really windy. Yeah. Almost like storm winds tomorrow. Okay, now we can rake this together again. More small stuff. now this is kind of clean all the way here to here. I'm gonna start raking this together here. There's like it's very spread out here in the grass. Next greenhouse test with wind. Yeah, it should be good now. It's reinforced. I need to also, if we get this done today, then I need to do one more thing on the greenhouse. Like I'm gonna put some gravel around the base, so it's like more, it's not gonna be airtight, but a little bit more airtight. Because now it's almost been like in the greenhouse there's the same temperature during the night as outside, and then during the day there's warmer. But it's really the night lows that we want to avoid with the greenhouse. So I'm going to try to put some gravel around the base, make it more airtight, and then maybe the night temps stay better there. Yeah, I'm going to try to put some gravel around the base. Some trials. Yeah, here's one rock. I think this one is a big one. If the other corner was a big one, here's a big one also. There's a big board still. Maybe time to dump a bucket. Should we take next bucket? I guess we can take the next bucket here, then we can clean all this first. I mean, it doesn't matter really if we take here or here. We can continue here, I guess. Then I'm gonna start raking here now. If the bucket can be here next time. Nej, det hade kan ge såna några, det är mycket men det sprider ut. Yeah, let's try to rake this all here, then we got one more bucket here and maybe one more bucket here. And he dumps that in the trailer, and then we'll dump that in the forest. This is easy, like some parts are easy like this where it's like flat dirt, but then like the grass is much harder to rake when there's all the grass keeping everything together. But yeah, at least most of it is already removed. We did all the other side there and all that, and half the end here and a little bit on that side already, so not too much left. And so here's this weird mix of some wood and some dirt. It's good there. There's like a little pile. We're gonna rake this shit. Doesn't look like much, but there's still wood mixed into it. Nu börjar det vara akkurat. Man måste Then we're gonna leave the tractor running because battery is starting to get low. Så kan man lämna igång, ja. Det blir nu inte bara 2-3 skor på, tror jag. Ja, sen det börjar till så måste man lämna igång, annars är man screwed. Nej. Yeah, when you always start it, run it for like a minute and then put it back, then eventually battery runs out. Jag får det hut kast bara som en sån här bitar huti. But yeah, you kind of have to rake because without raking you couldn't even see where the rocks are there. Like there's one rock and that one is completely hidden. That one is really sunk in there. Here you can see them pretty well where the rocks are. And there's already a few. On that side there's all except 2 removed on that side already. 3. And the trailer. Yeah, this rake is better for this. This is like pretty heavy stuff. It's like rotten wood mixed with some newer wood. And then underneath there might still be more wood. Like all this crap kind of need to go. It's most of this is like the like there's the rotten logs, so it's like mulch almost. But you kind of have to remove it because there could be, when the log rots away, the nail is gonna be there longer than the log. So you kind of need to remove the mulch because there can be nails in the mulch or in the rotten log. I at least found like a couple little nails on the other side already. There's like a nail there, right there. Just nails like this.
But also this tractor, I think the starter is a bit weak, so that also drains the battery faster.
Could be.
That's why it like uses more power per start.
It's like a little rock on top of the bigger rock. Ta det att nätet så att man ser det att det är ren jord. Annars så blir det lite riskat eller något spikar kvar. Så det bara det blir lite slät så får jag rulla med den där. Det är lite motasta ännu men så får jag i alla fall yttersidan så man får testa. Så får man nog scanna. At least here, I think here's like one of the really rotten logs. Look at this. All this needs to be removed. It's like a log, but this is all that's left when it's on the ground. Could be nails in this stuff. This log here. But yeah, you can take this pile is better. I can rake that. If this here's a ready pile.
Yeah.
I can try to make a new one here. Gather your wood before venturing forth.
Just sån här fängelsevecka kan bli ganska kostlig.
Ja, det ska inte vara kul. När man gör det en gång viskligt så är det sen när man plöjar i vår, så när man harvar så kan man rulla ännu en gång över det om man vill. Det andra skulle ha det där, man skulle ha det där metalldetektorn där fram på harvan så kan man alltid just stoppa där vid ledden och rulla över det alueen bara harva vidare. För det kan alltid man plöjar så kan det komma upp några spikar nog. Men man får virka bort den så det är bara en spik så man måste ha den dålig tur att det far in i däcken och det är bara en spik. Jo, man plöjar först och sen harvar många gånger, men om man har det där bladet fram lite ner så drar det, så fyller det de där hålen. Ja, man kan nog komma bak på det och prova lite, dra de största hålen först nu. Men sen bara plöja ryvi. Interesting to see what treasure of metal detector. Yeah, so last time before it started to rain, I rolled with that one like once from end to end. Probably got like 20 nails. It was all like these rusty small nails, but still. When you roll this, I'm thinking we get like a kilo worth of nails. But yeah, we will, once we get this all clean, then I can roll this. Like it's a little muddy, it would be better without the water, but I think we can roll most of it. At least all the grassy parts we can roll. So then John can drive relatively safely on the outside and grab most of the rocks. Then we'll see the ones that are in the middle here. How we get these. But at least all the almost all the outside we can get with that one. They're not too big, I think. Here's also the this is what's left of the foundation here. This is what happens when a log ends up laying on the ground. That's what's left of a log. There's some smaller rocks, and then there's some harder parts of the wood and some soft parts. That's a rock. Yeah, once we get the rock out, then I can maybe shovel this last of this in the bottom there, because is that grass now or is that the log? Hard to tell. Log or grass. Hard to say. But yeah, soon I can shovel. Here's a lot of stuff here. I can start shoveling too. There's not too much you can rake here. Just need to shovel these big piles. Big piles away. Here's this is a big one, and this one has sunken in quite deep. This one could be a hard one. Could be a hard one to remove. Oh yeah. Getting the big stuff out. Again, here's what's left of some sort of log that was on top here. Yeah, that's what's left. There's a little piece. And there, this would be easier if there would be no water. It's like kind of soaked in now, but I think we can do it now. Just gotta watch out. I don't have my waterproof boots, so gotta watch and try not to step in the deep water. Not step in the deep sea water. Yeah, I guess now I can stand there and then shovel from that side and dump in. A little bit clear there we can stand. Fishing, here it's like fishing. I'm fishing for rotten wood. In the hole here, kind of fishing business. Like here you can see very rotten piece of wood, but there's a nail right there. And here's that's a brick that has completely decomposed also. Not really found any huge treasures so far, but a lot of stuff. For big stones you use a grappler, so we'll try with that one all the smaller ones we can get with that one, but then the really big ones, like I suspect this one might be hard. This one is a really big. This one looks quite big. Then there's a few of these long ones. We might need to put the forks on this one and then try to get underneath with that one. Because the forks, ja, eller så om du får vet du, här får du nog så att ena ändan lyfta upp den vet du. Så får jag lättare under. Because I think this one probably weighs at least 500 kilos, so that one won't lift this. This is too heavy. Same with that one, was already too heavy. So the few big ones we need to put the forks on this, and then that should lift the biggest ones from here. Otherwise we need to put the other forks on the back of the tractor. That lifts even more. But I think the front loader should lift the big ones. I can even lift it up and maybe put it on the trailer then. Like on the back, I can put one of these longs on the back there. Then you get more per transport. Otherwise I need to drive the tractor with one rock at a time. Yeah, on the really far back, like if I put it like, then I can lift it off with the forks again. We can try with at least one. There's like 3 of these long ones. 2 or 3 of these long ones. But yeah, we'll see. First we'll try all these smaller ones as much as possible with the grapple. And then the ones it doesn't lift, we need the bigger guns. Yeah, time to, I can take the shovel also, shovel all this now. Should probably, this is gonna fill one bucket, and then we got maybe one more bucket after this. Not too much, this is very spread out. Gonna take some time, but there's not too much here, I would say. Yeah, when we put the forks, it should be able to lift at least like 1,000 kilo rock. Like technically, I think this lifts like 1,600 or something. But I don't know if that's right here or is it like a little bit further out. But at least a ton it should lift, so that should be enough. Like those, even the big ones, I don't think they weigh 1,000 kilos. Some of the heaviest might be maybe 500 kilos. But it should lift. Should lift. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, we'll find out. We should be able to get, as I said earlier, all these rocks were brought here with a horse and a sled, plus many guys, I think. So we should be able to get them out now when we got the tractors. They lyfter varmasti. Otherwise, if we don't get them out, then it's, as I said, skill issue. We're almost muddy here. Sinking in. No, they last resort. Last resort would be to put chain around you and pull it behind the tractor. I don't think they're that's the biggest one there, I think. It's a long one. The 3 ton. I think a granite like that, it's like 1 cubic meter. It's at least 3 ton, maybe 3.5 ton. But that rock is maybe half a cubic meter. And less than that probably. But they're heavy rocks. The bigger ones are definitely heavy. You ain't lifting them by hand. Just put it on the shoulder and walk home. Two of these on the shoulders. Den är 30 gånger 30 gånger 30 gånger. En tredjedel skulle bli. Inte ens en fjärde. Yeah. So it's just it's not yet 200 liters. That's under 200 liters. If you think a 200 liter barrel, that's so that should weigh like, but still it's going to be like 500. Yeah. The biggest ones might be like around 500 kilos. Yep. Look at these muddy pieces. Nej, man måste få det borta med detsamma. Muddy stuff. No, det går, för det är en fråga om något 3-4 stycken har stora. Ja, man ser. Det är fråga om 3-4 stycken. Så det är. Ja. Jag är med på det där, man vill inte ta mer än en per gång. Det är nog en per gång också. Ja, man måste få den bort och göra det. Ja. So yeah, here's one rock. This one is completely like side flipped. Same with this one. I think it's a little bit weird, but they put like the rock and then they put the log on like the side. If they put the log on the middle of the rock, then this wouldn't have happened. This side, then the log had like slid down from the rock. Yeah, the weight, if the weight would have been exactly in the middle of the rock, then the rock would like at least sink like flat. A few here you can see the rock has gone like this. Yeah, frost. Melts and thaws and melts and thaws, and it does that. Oh yeah, now it's not. Less and less left. This one, then there's a little here and then a bunch of raking, not too much stuff there, but a lot to rake when it's in the grass. In the grass. You gotta, there's like a long piece there, I think. But you can come from this side now, I can rake again. Some raking need to happen. Get this last stuff. Here's what's left of this log. So this, you kind of have to remove this saw because there could be nails anywhere. Yeah. Need to dig out the rock here. Here's also a rock right here. It's beneath this very rotten log. Borderline muddy here, like I almost sinking in a little bit. I'm still shocked how like muddy this bottom is. I thought this was gonna be like bone dry because it's underneath the barn, but I guess when it's the same kind of flat, then all the spring rainwater, like some of it flowed underneath here. That's why this is so like, you can see it's like soft. But it's for sure gonna dry up now. And now the rainwater is gonna spread evenly here. Not all come down where the roof ends. And now I got to the bottom of the rock here. Dug out like a one load for the one like wheelbarrow load of crap. Maybe this is gonna fit. Maybe there's another one. There was here was the last spot where there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, probably time to dump soon. There's more, a little bit more than one bucket here, I guess. Here's still a little bit. But the trailer is best to leave here. Take that last, because when you remove the rocks you might find some stuff that you can then throw in the trailer.
Joo, det kan vara. Man kan tycka lavan och decent studen i det.
Jo, den kan ta skupa den bara. När vi tar luncher idag så kan jag ta fullt skupan. Jag tar bara kofood och allt det där kan jag ta bort nu. Skupan går fullt när jag lunch break.
Joo, ne man kippaa jo.
Yeah. Lunch break, I can take a bunch of stuff out of here. Yeah. Ja, när man ska laga allt så går det. Börjar nog toolsen. Ja, så är det inte. Annars så kan man garantera att man ska ha det som är det under allt. Guaranteed. Ja, näemme sitä pääasiassa. Det är nog sen pääasiassa ved så inte det på det sättet så nog. Det blev väl fullt. Det ska nog ännu en skopa till. Inte ryms det riktigt det där. Ja, ordna allt det där sidan man gör med tavara. Oh yeah, some good mulch. Again, if you would sort that through and get the metals out, you could leave that like half decomposed dirt like that. It's almost dirt already, but the damn nails. Yeah, just go dump it. Then there's we can take next bucket. You can put in the middle here, almost the same place, and we finish this, and then I rake this other side here. You can almost bring it back here in the same spot. Maybe leave it running now if the battery is starting to be empty. Oh yeah, it was a little bit, start was a little bit labored already. Battery is running out on the tractor almost. Next bucket you gotta leave the tractor there running so it charges the battery a bit more. now there's a little bit here, and we go over there, there's a little bit there, there's a little bit at the other end, there's a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit everywhere still, but not too much, thank God, not too much. But yeah, breaking all this crap together is probably the hardest part of the whole removal process. This guy we need to remember, there's a wooden piece that has been smashed in the ground. And I cannot drag this out. It's like with the grapple we might be able to pinch it and lift it out. Grass top. I can push this way, probably get the easiest to load. One guy shovels, other guy pushes on. Yeah, so this is pretty, almost like half dirt here. You can see I can break this. This is not super heavy duty here. Can't push too much. Okay, I'm gonna put like a rock here so we remember this one. You need to pinch and lift it out. That could be bad. You don't want to drive over that. It could be bad. It's not super sharp, but don't want to try your luck with it. Ah yeah, the wind. This is the only time when wind is good. When it's starting to be warm. Wind gate. Let's work it this way. Still 2 buckets left here. And 2 shovels. This might be the last one from here now. One more, maybe. One little one. That's good here, then we just have the corner. That's good. Better not test the tractor tires with the wood thing, no. I think it was when the roof fell down, there was a little wood like sticking out and then the whole wood like pressed it in the ground. It could be like 1 meter in the ground there or something. But we should be able to, with the grapple, to pull it out. I should charge the battery now, maybe. You can even leave it on idle, it's fine. It should be charging now also. Maybe that's enough to keep it so it doesn't go empty. I don't know how fast, but these newer ones, I think they charge pretty fastly. Ja. Ja. Yeah. I don't think we have like 2 buckets from this, then it's gone. I don't think there's too much, super much left. As you can hear when you roll this click, 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 grabbing nails. There's a little bit, there's this rock, some wooden pieces on top. This is a big one also. At least this stuff is not that heavy now. It's not, the rest is not gonna be too much dirt anymore. So it's not, that was heavy when there was the wood, like the wet rotten wood that was really heavy. This is all lighter stuff now. And then we got a few more boards here still. Need to buy new gloves, like there's a hole. And I already taped this finger, which always wears out first. There's like a hole. I need new logger gloves. These are starting to have some literal holes in them. Here's some tough raking. It's pretty large there. I need to rake all the way from there and there. There's not much here, but this is like a... It's full of grass, so it's not easy to rake. But now the farm underneath the barn, almost finished there now. It kind of looks good when all the crap is removed. Almost looks like a field. Just some rocks left. Start with this, the toughest part here, where it's like tall grass. This is like, maybe the other rake is better here almost. Ah, there's still a board. That didn't look like much, but there was still a board like this here. Always hiding. Hiding in the grass. Here's also one. Here's one, but a really bad one. With a big ass 5-inch nail in it. Here's a board. Now there shouldn't really be, now it's just wood shingles, I think, for the most part now. But wood shingles on a large area. like combing through the hair, but your comb is still fine. Really like some tall grass from last year even here. There was a wood piece still. Always finding more. I'm gonna start to rake this way now. Try to collect some from this very large area here. We need a wood magnet here for this. Hover over with a wood magnet and it sucks up all the wood. It's as far out as here. I almost need to rake all the way to here. Here's the last bit. There's not much here, but there is a little bit. Där går att muken nu, där skopan full ja där. Sen jag har sen mega raking project här att kollekta allt där ihop. Där är nu där som takeva, där är lite tjockare kassa som går att muka nästan direkt. Ja sen där resten är ganska spread out. Spread out. Just break back and forth like this, push it into a bigger and bigger pile. And then eventually we can shovel it. Yeah, thank God the wind today. It would be hot today otherwise, but the wind makes it pretty nice. Also just gotta go in slow motion. But also one thing, we don't need to pay the insurance for the barn anymore, so that saves us maybe, I don't know how much the insurance for this barn was, but maybe 20 euros, 30 euros per year. Yeah, but there was still like fire insurance on this barn, so we can shut that off. Don't need that anymore. And then the subsidies, how much subsidies do you get for 200 square meters? Like 5 euros maybe. They're roughly like 0,2
50 gånger och vad det runt om ungefär. Det blir bara vid 50. Det är lite mindre i räkna. Var det typ 15? 10? Det är nog 15 euro. So yeah, the subsidies for this kind of area, we maybe get like 15 euros. Plus no fire insurance for barn, maybe 20 euros. So it's actually 30 euros per year more that we make from this, plus a little bit from the grain. So it's actually, and plus less work. So it kind of adds up actually. Yeah. I mean, it adds up. Over a few years, it's going to be a few hundreds. Yeah. And also, I don't like the hardest part to count is that how much time do we save now when we can just drive straight here. I would say you save per year maybe. You could save like half an hour per year, I think, of work when you don't need to drive around here. You can just straight. So I mean, all together, it's a little bit. It's not much, but it's a little bit. And it's almost now with the auto steer, it seems like the obstacles are more annoying than before. At least I think like that. You drive the field and then there's a barn, then you kind of have to drive manually around it. Previously it wasn't like so much in a way because you were still steering all the time. And yeah, I mean, it looks nicer. When this barn was starting to fail, like the foundation was failing, so the barn didn't look that good either. It kind of looks better now with a clean field. Yeah. The roof was like sagging down and it didn't look that good either. That's almost the most important part. All in all makes sense. 2 pizzas at vending machine every year at least. Yeah, we got when we take the pizza, those are free next year because we did this. But yeah, it's gonna look better like a field when not an old half falling down barn. It kind of doesn't look that great on a field.
And I'm still eating the oats from last year.
Peas. Oh yeah, John is eating peas. Yeah, it was actually peas from the own field actually that you can eat. Make some pea soup and stuff. Here I can make, now there's enough, I can make a pile and then we can shovel this. I think this will be easier to just go around this now and make maybe one pile there, one pile here. And then there's like a long pile over there. John Schwarzenegger. Here's still a big wood piece. Still finding these. This one doesn't have like a big nail, but it's got a bunch of these small nails. As the neighbor already chosen tin if they work for him, so he didn't want the tin anymore now. He got some for somewhere else, I think. But he might get some of the poles or some of the wood maybe. Men de skulle inte ha den där, de har köpt något annat eller fått någon ansvar, kanske nya plåtar. Men jag får laga, det räcker till de där kärrorna, taken. Jag tar en del till de där taken utav de där kärrorna. Och sen resten kan man slänga. Det ser man om man lagar. Man ser de får laga de där nya, alla de lite nya kvar, då ska man kunna sätta ändra på den där källan eller vad det går. Och sen sånt som de räcker och sen tillfångar. Ja, för det där...
Sydar så far det
Om man skulle plåta de på det borden och det källan så far det största delen. Så blir det allt som blir kvar nästan skrot sen. För det är inte någon, det är till något annat, inte bara sparar man inte till något annat, inte behöver man. Bara laga de kärrorna. Så tar det inte rum där. Ja. Men det behöver, om man byter taken och lagar. Ja. Men jag har ganska många projekt att laga både kärrorna och källartaket och det andra taket, det far mycket utan plåtarna. Det far största delen. Det ser man i sommar. Asfalt är där så går det bra att laga sånt bara. Ja, till det kan man sätta. Till det kan man sätta någon av. Ja, det är ju gamla plåtar, inte det på Västervärld så mycket. De hålls nog ut nästan lika bra som innan. Ja, nej, jag har tagit i år att actually få de där som är dit, vet du, all bort. Så blir det en tredjedel rum till. Ja, så inte man får det man gör inte något. Nej. De där nya plåtarna lika bra kan de vara något tak. Lika bra kan de plåtarna vara något tak då. Eller än att vara i storagen bara för inte. Att man lite slipper till. Ja. Så att man kan se vad man har för skit. Ja. But yeah, there's a pile. Here's I'm gonna make a pile, and then that I can rake to that long pile. Then there's, I would say after that bucket, one more, and then we might actually get everything. There might be some boards in that. Jo, det finns till välja på, men en god kassa. Let's rake this together. Almost last stuff. Then I can start to do a bunch of, at least I need to roll this side before you drive here, so check for nails.
Ja just, jag lagar nog något rekordplan som jag lagar nog sen där 4x16 rekorden hade jag inte köpa när vi började laga.
Nej, det får man, det är nu inte. Du hivar en still wood piece. Ja. Then rake this there, then we got a nice start for the next bucket here, and then I think all this fits in the one next one. That one is kind of full now. Rake this from this side. There's still wood. Here's like a thick layer of stuff. So we get all this raked and gone before lunch, and I can roll a little bit before lunch. And then after lunch we'll really start to remove the rocks. Then yeah, get all this so much that we don't need the bucket here anymore. Then I can take the pallet and the crowbar and stuff and put that in the bucket when I go to lunch. And then I can actually take the forks when I come back, I think. And then I can start hauling the big ones with the forks. At the same time as you haul the smaller. Yeah. Then it's just rocks left. Yeah, and the red trailer we can remove then last. Then if you find some small wood piece, then you can still throw it in there. Remove that last then. Yeah. Not much left now. Starting to look good now soon. The heaviest part of the barn is still left, but it looks like there's nothing left, but there's still many tons left to move. But luckily we can use mostly machine power on those, so it's okay. Yeah, imagine removing all these rocks now by hand. Then there would be a lot of work left. Yeah. Because all these rocks are like square, these are not like natural rocks, so before they brought them here they did crack them from some bigger rock somewhere pretty close to here, I think. Then they like drilled holes maybe manually, put some wedges in and made the rocks like square like this. And then you brought them out here with horses. Imagine how much work to make those rocks and bring them out here. Probably can't even imagine how much work it is. Never done it, so. So then this raking doesn't feel that bad when you think about moving 500 kilo rocks by hand. Then all of a sudden the rake feels a lot lighter, and the shovel feels. Yeah. All of a sudden the shovel and everything feels a lot lighter for some reason. Ja, alltså sån här stor sten som på backen, så nu så bara har ett bra under så en sån sten som en häst mot raen av backen, bara har något att slida på något. Se är självåkman inte.
Man vill inte sådana de där blocken.
Ja, såna tegelstenar, såna, det går man bra för handen, men sen större än det så far ryggen.
De där minsta, de är nog inte.
De nåser nog inte, men spita får man lite rör dem, men inte vill man lyfta ryggen. Det är väl fullt nästan. Krattar sista härifrån. Alltså. Nästa bucketing får man allt först här vid det här långkassan. Så kan du kanske lämna igång och så krattar vi det här, så kan man köra lite framåt och så tar vi de där två kassarna. I think after this the next bucket is the last bucket of this crap. Then we got everything. Yeah, this is the last now here. Should fit in the next bucket. trailer is starting to be quite full also. Not full, but at least it fit, but it was like 2 trailers worth of crap like this. Not full ones, but probably 10 cubic meters of this crap. Quite a bit actually. And most of the wooden shingles went directly with the boards from the roof. Like directly in the trailer and the roofs, but still, just the stuff that fell off is already quite a bit. There was a nail, I heard the sound. Yeah, just leave it running there. Then we'll shovel this and drive a little forward. Get the rest. Där, och så shovelar man det här och kör man lite framåt och tar resten. Så bör det vara så att man kanske bör våga köra runt lite. Kanske ska jag ta nu, före du kör här så rullar jag med den där magneten, att där inte är något spikat. Och sen det är mitt på. Det är lättast att ta där, om man stuvar så vill det bara breda ut det på nytt. There's still some bigger wood there. Still some bigger pieces. Now I can take a bucket or shovel this and shovel that. Then most of the manual stuff is done. And it's mostly tractor driving left. Oh yeah, I got a big bucket here. Big bucket of stuff. The wind is so nice today. Time to rake again. There's a big nail. Oh, is it? No, this is wood. But I hear something ting ting on this one. There's a loose nail somewhere here, but I will run the scanner over this. Roller. Get it clean. Get the rake clean. Där kan du kaffe med en kaffe. Starting to look a lot better. The last I can probably grab like this. That's the easiest way for the last bit. Rake like this and then do this. Works pretty well for the last bit. Some grass in there keeps it sticky. Stoppar sist. The last of this. One bucket here. Yeah. Oh, this looks good. Then this you can drive a little bit forward, yeah. Then these are the last piles. Maybe there's a little at the other end, but very little. Good. I saw here was a little bit, this is a little bit of a suspicious spot right here. Clean this out. Come with the bucket and take one bucket from this right here. Here's a little suspicious spot right here. Otherwise this should be clean. Those piles, there's a little bit there, and then maybe at the other end where the door was. But very little.
And much closer to the Lord.
Maybe that too. chainsaw. Room. We didn't need too much chainsaw for this. Basically the whole barn removed with a crowbar and the grapple there almost. A shovel, a rake, a crowbar and a grapple removed the whole barn. Don't need very advanced tools to remove this. Jo, alltså inte sortera av mätta allt ihop eller bränna upp det först vet du och sen... Jo, ena sättet skulle vara lättast att bränna det och sen mugga de plåtarna när de brann ner i sån här metallikeräys bara så är det bort. Det skulle vara en dag skulle hälla bort. Nu skulle man kanske våga. Jag vet inte hur nära sådana här får man bränna. Men det under sådana här får man ju inte bränna för att när det har så tänk om det smälter av det där strömningen. Det står så att men jag tror att det är så att de minst var 50 meter stora var så man får inte bränna här på det man ska inte få bränna. Jo, nej, alltså i stadion är de purkar, de har sån här grävmaskin med sån här pincher i stadion och pinchar sönder allt bara. Och på något sätt sorterar det lite. Här kan det här vara en rogue place här som lite.
Sen kippar de alltid havet bara.
Ja, det är det sättet. Det var
mukaan alltid räkkaa sen kippade dit.
Det var något av där så hade vet du när de hade något sån här olja så hade de kippat det lite så ja pura bara.
Man packade i risen det bara.
Ja. Mitä 2 buckets här kanske lite med.
Kipsää se fardi något siis nää vitsis veden laskupaikka.
Joo, niin vaan.
Man ska där rinner lite man ska fara iväg jag ska inte gå. The mind,
the sight, the mind. Det är det som jag vet. Now these are the last piles. I think
det här dunkar man ju på gatspeltet
det ruttnar nog så man vet att det så kör man inte där ute för de spikarna blir kvar nog. Ja, spikarna rostar ju bort och det är helt biodegradable stuff. Spikarna och de rostar ju bort, det är inte på det farligt. Man kunde bett för vad som helst dumpa. Last 2 piles. Is it easier if I push like this or is it easier to grab by hand? Maybe just grab by, they'll like just grab by. But if you hold one hand here and grab here and then lift, is that easier? Yeah, might be too heavy, too much stuff. Bucket's too big. Yeah, I think this will fit here, full bucket. Det far nog på något sätt men det allt plast vet man det far bara polton. Det går inte att recycla plast ser det ut som. Så kanske det lite mindre skit kommer ut, ja. Nej, det är så lite bättre. Ja. Ja, nej, det är inte så bra. Det är ännu värre. Ja, de har något så här, ja. De bränner det så rent så du finner att de hämtar ifrån Italien något rosk hit, det bränner. Som ju inte mekar något sens men. Ja, det är så ladybug.
Sen hämtar de sån här
pekaanipähkinä kuoria från något Asien och det bränner ju det är tosi ekoteko. Siinä on päästöt allt som har ut så det kan nog inte vara bra. det shippingen, oftast sån här som energibränning, så det shipping distance är så viktig. Samma med torv och allt det där, det får inte, om det hackar, om det shipping distance är vid 100 kilo så bör det vara länge löna sig den.
Det är ju alla de där tehtadsmiljö som skulle ha i 100 kilo så nästan på sig.
Ja, just för att det annars blir transport så dyrt att det blir lönt. Så jag undrar nog att skippa såna här pähkinänkårer från Asian världen. Så
men det är ju när det kommer först någon sån här sääntely, att man får inte använda.
Ja, att sådana vet du, pekanipähkinäs skall räknas, vet du, som, det räknas som att det är bättre än vet du, torv, fast det är nu helt bias. Om reglerna är det så kan det är det skami.
Tosi mycket vaihtelee niiden peknaiden
Joo.
systeemin tyyppiin. Ja kan sen meknoomisesti.
Joo. Så nu får man riva det här ledden att man bör täyttää något EU-papper att hur man ska riva ner och vad man ska loppukäyttää all materiaalit. Thank God when we tear down this barn we don't need to do EU papers about where are we going to use the wood, where are the rocks going. Thank God you don't need to do that yet. If you'd have to do that then the barn would probably just stay here and rot away. Vroom, vroom. Vroom,
Sen man
vroom.
bara just legendaarinen smarttuomari, man bara gör det och sen när det kommer ut så är man bara inte visste något att hur ska jag kunna göra det ska och sen gör man någon jälkilmoitus sen
Is it gonna fit? It's gonna be a full bucket. Full bucket for sure. There's more. When it's more of this wood tiles, they're kind of fluffy. Take up a lot of space. Rake daughter pile. A lot of birds around.
neurooman.
Is it gonna fit or is it maybe one more bucket? One little bucket.
Hopefully they get like summer, winter time.
Yeah, hopefully get that eradicated.
Like many have started to like stay in the like standard.
Because that also makes no sense.
Savings.
Having the daylight savings makes no sense.
Saving anything, it's just wasting
No.
energy.
It's only wasting 20 minutes of time every year when you need to move the clocks back and forth. And sleep bad for a couple of nights when it's like time is different.
A bit of jet lag.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the daylight savings things.
No.
Just remove it, have the same time all year round. Much simpler, much better. Simpler is better.
Yeah. Even Russia had it like removed for a long time.
Oh yeah. I'm sure it's going to take a few more years to make that decision in Europe. It's like you wouldn't think it would be that hard to make the decision.
It should be like a
I think there's been, and it's like they
But
should
it's a
remove it.
EU, yeah, and Finland already like said yes, but then Hungary or some countries said no, and then they could do that.
Yeah. I don't know if all countries have to agree for it to happen, or could some countries change it?
That is what's like Hanna's kula. There's always that one black sheep.
Is it gonna fit? I think we need to dump once more. Then we can grab this, and I guess I got a little bit here still also. Might need another bucket. A little bucket.
Legendary things that have never ever been said. I'm so looking forward to like changing vlogs and
No, definitely things that have never been said.
everybody like what just happened? Oh, I think got that. No, it's that. Like a comic con, they had to like revoke the like ticket sales when they put them on sale when their clock just went forward in US.
Oh yeah.
Europe, and then they had to pull back everything and do a new time because somebody missed the like change in time.
Classic.
Things like those should be avoided.
Okay, yeah, I think we need to dump that. You can't fit that, and here's a little bit, and then at the other end I want to clean around the door a little bit. So we need to dump once more, and then it should be actually the last one. Then it should actually be the last one. Time to dump it. Nah, it's more. Too much. Too much, too much.
Touch too much.
Yep. But now the next one you can bring back here, then leave it running, because we're going to take these small and I'm going to clean the other end a little bit, so you can leave it running again.
Not much money.
Then it's starting to look better here. Now we can see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's like 9 rocks per side, and there's like 2 there. And then there's a few in the middle, and but yeah, I'm thinking today we should get most of the rocks, if not all, removed. I mean, it's gonna take a few trips back and forth, but I gotta roll for the nails first, but then keep loading rocks. Now that's good. I'll just take this here. Couple of buckets and a little bit of rake. This could be bad, like piece like this. This one doesn't seem to have a nail, but this is the classic danger zone. Piece like that with a nail. Up. Went underneath the bucket. Then we'll check. Then it should be all here, all there, all there. At the other end there's a little bit where the door was. We can still clean that a little bit. Then it's time to roll the metal scanner, this one. I'm gonna roll first the outside grass everywhere. Then we can grab all the outside rocks. And then at the end we'll take the rocks in the middle here. I think that's the plan. Smäckare, ja.
Joo.
Igen färta nu. Här skulle jag nästan sist. Man får det skrapa ihop med handen nästan. Check area. Jos kommer armbuga niin Wemby armbuga i naama. Oh, that's a classic. Joo, ne tai huvuja. Där, nu kan jag börja rolla. Ja, vi kan ta det dörren vi har ändå, det är lite. Det var ett sånt mörnio inifrån. Annars tror jag att här är ganska bra, det är så lite. Här är några plastbitar som man kan sätta roskis. Yeah. Here's a little bit. You can drive to the other end here. And I can see if I can break something of this off. A little bit here. Yeah, this rock is sitting in the corner. Here you can see what kind of clay is underneath the surface. Like here you can see the clay. It's very much like clay. Like you can see when it's wet, it's like when you can buy that clay that you can make things out of yourself. This is the stuff underneath on our fields. If you go like half a meter or deeper. Very sticky, like soft clay. But luckily on the surface there's like 20-30 centimeters of like better dirt like this, but underneath it's like this. Almost like, sometimes the clay is like almost green and sometimes it's like gray. But yeah, let's see if we can rake this last bit. I think I got some wood pieces here still. Like here's something. Whatever this was. There's for sure a nail in that. Yeah, the wood that's left here, I'm sure there's nails here. don't know if here's, is there any, I don't think there's any wood left here. I mean, there might have been even here some more. There might be some rocks here. I saw there was like over here. I don't know if there's rocks right here. There's one. We need to grab this one out. There's a rock. It could be like here is like a big berm of dirt here. But yeah, all this stuff needs to be shoveled out. At least all this stuff. Then we'll see later when you lift these rocks out if it seems like there's more nails or stuff here. But this should be the last. Then after this, time to roll. Now shovel that pile and then I'm gonna roll the side there and the end. So yeah, that's a good. It's a good shovel. Så näitä on perus pistolapioita tuossa nää vitsis. Jo, näet så fiskars. All fiskars som jag aldrig har visst de alltid varit på det. Jo, det där är nog sån här
som det där är snöskydd, man kan inte riktigt alls mycket bry.
Nej, men den där sån här fiskars, all fiskarstuotteet som jag aldrig har varit helt quality stuff. Fiskarsyxor är bra. Fiskarskyfloja. Så du tar, lyfter 5 kilo så brakar det. Ja. Butter steel. Legendary butter steel. Small rocks you can also toss here. There's rock here and there's a rock there.
Som är billigast de där som de hade i jakeluslådan lasten, lumilappia.
Plast, det är helt plast.
No, vissa on aluminiumkappi, så är det sån här plast. Men en sån här
completely plastic.
Man måste gå där, just när det är något snö, så när det är lite driv och stammar lite grann så brister.
Det är actually menat för kids.
Det är ju kids.
När man inte har så mycket power igen.
Men det går med sådana så räcker det just som det just man börjar mot fram hiasen spara först 3 timmar på morgonen. Fram det.
Ja. Ja. Han pushade hit så att det inte kommer hit gräset, annars får man det är svårt att kratta från gräset. Det är lätt att kratta hit på det här släta pajkan. Här var något vad var kvar till något virke här. Jag vet inte, det är inte fråga om att det är någon spikaren eller inte. Måste nästan kratta sin särskilt så det var virke i. Jag måste kratta nästan bort det allt på det sättet. Eller sen bred ut det och sen rulla ut med den där magneten så får man nog. Inte det är annars något farligt där, men det är lätt nästan mycket mugg bort på allt. Här är inte så mycket ändå. Några skifflor. Det här maltshit, det skulle vara bra jord nu annars. Couple of buckets from there, then I think we're actually good with the shoveling stuff. Then I'm gonna roll a little bit, and then it's lunch break. Där om man breder ut där så går det så man får att när man rullar det och lyfter upp spikarna så går det. Okay. Now take that one, roll the grass on the outside at least. This place I rolled already here, like probably 3 meters out. I could roll this and then roll the sides and the end. Ja, så att före man kör så att det inte far det som du just kör. Ja. De där kan sätta i något i fickan, det far i plastroskis där. Sen nu är här bara stenar kvar. De där kan du kasta i millan så får man för hand utan och de bara. Man kan sätta de där så att de där som var såna här, du såg att det var såna där som var såna där som dumpar de tiglen. Där kan man sätta såna här små stenar. Så att de är bort från vägen, ja. Ja, just de där bricks, här kommer alltid bricks, random bricks. Ja, all those All the rocks need to be removed. All the bricks, all the rocks. Then when you plow it once, then you detect. Yeah, you can put maybe one more there. I can roll a little bit once you load, and then it's lunch break. Look at the sun. 10:40 är det. Now we roll. See how many nails we can get. Probably a lot. You can see when you roll there. Already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I rolled half a meter, 6 nails. I can roll back and forth then. Get the water out. Sen där rullar i vidon där som var muusa där 1 meter, siinä kyllä spiikari kom. Full of this small stuff. You can roll, I guess I can keep this here. Then I roll back there and back and then dump it and then roll. It's so hard to put the nails in the small nails, it's hard to put them in the pockets. Just put them straight. Yeah, just put them straight in the bucket here. Man kan ju laga sån själv. Och i alla fall om du kan se från en klocka så borde du laga det rätt en gång, så det går ganska lätt. Okay, then you can, if you lift this, it should also jump off the rock nails. But yeah, as you can hear. Oh man. Look at that. Yeah, now they all came here. Like so many. These probably wouldn't be dangerous for the tire anymore because they're so like, it's just nails. But those were all from the like when the you can hear a lot of clinging and clanging and clanging. I'm gonna first clean this end, so I know like to this go out like this probably 7 meters, and then from here 7 meters this area. Need to have some system so I kind of scan everything more or less. Den kan vara för att man lyfter den upp så kan det komma något brästum på skiten. Jag kan detekta det här nu och så tar jag matpass och kommer tillbaka så fort det här. Because yeah, I kind of need, maybe I can go here and back for the bucket. Ja. I wonder if the grass is going to wipe off some nails if you do this. Yeah, a lot of them are on the backside there. The grass is kind of wiping a little bit off, I guess. This. A lot of these really small ones there, and they're not bad actually. I guess like this, we could have one guy roll this back and forth here for hours and find nails. More and more and more and more. probably need to go out somewhere here, I think. At least this far and scan like this far around the whole barn. There was something bigger, I think. Yeah, so these are important find, the big ones. The small ones are kinda, yeah, it's good, but it's also the small ones are not the really dangerous, I think. It's the stuff that's big that's dangerous. Big nails. Big nails like this. But yeah, it lifts up even like really small nails. So the magnet is more good. There's something bigger. There was something big. There's a big one. Yeah, these ones. Those would be good. Good to get all those. John got another one. So this side only two were too big, like that one and the one at the end. All the other ones he got. It's barely lifting that one. Maxed out. And mostly just small nails. Yeah. These are the cool, I think, that push. A few more passes here, a few more passes there. I think we can say this side is at least somewhat full. It seems like you can find more and more all the time. At least most of the big ones should be gone. So that it's somewhat safe to drive with the tractor. Samassa meidän backside. Grab more and this way. This should be kind of clear now, this headland. Maybe it's got full load, I think. He's got a full load. I'm gonna also go have lunch break now. Then we'll come back and continue getting the nails out, getting the rocks out. Yes, lunch break. I'll dump this here, then I can put that thing in the bucket. I can put the crowbar in the bucket. I don't want to take the ladders. I can't really take those, but I'm gonna dump that stuff. Then it's lunch break. Yeah, let's dump that, take that one. Probably don't want to take anything else. The shovels and stuff, we could need them. But I can dump the stuff. And then we can take the big box. I don't have the forks, but we can put that one just in the bucket. Just start hauling stuff out of here as we're driving back and forth, so we don't need to drive it too many times. How was their room? Should I put it in the back? You can see the trailer is pretty full here already. Yeah, you can put a little bit in on the back end. A little bit more. A little bit more on the back end. It's rained just enough to make the mud stick to the shoes, but it could rain more for the fields. Kinda almost annoyance rain. Now, but it's in May, any rain we can get is good. Usually a really dry month. And we can also put the hat off. Camera just on the head. We can get this adjusted. Should be empty. They can take that pallet. Could be even easier with the pallet forks, but that way we can at least grab something already now from here. should be able to just lift it in the bucket. Hopefully. It's like a crowbar, yeah. Both the crowbars we can take, huh? And this stuff. Because when I can't come with the crowbar here, I want to take rocks already. That's why I'm taking this, like, not with the forks. Should stay there, then we can grab a couple crowbars. And everything else can still be here. There's not too much other stuff than that, I think. Yeah, big holes left where the foundation was. So in the bottom there you could dump some if there's some wood left. If we dump it at the bottom there, it will be underneath the plowing depth. Nails you could also kind of dump there. Don't really want to do it, but that would be the safest spot outside of removing them. Crowbars, and we just got the metal detecting stuff basically left. Some rakes. This stuff should not fall out from me. Just to make sure maybe we'll put it in this sense so it doesn't fall on the road somewhere. Now we're ready for some lunch. Then it's rock removal. Rock removal in the afternoon. And a little bit of nail detecting. Yeah, we'll put the forks on this one. Then we can get the heaviest rocks. John can't get the heaviest rocks, I believe, so then we can put the forks on this one. Should be able to get the big rocks. Is that don't tell me that's a horsefly. That's a horsefly. Damn horseflies have arrived. It's pretty early. I think usually the horseflies come next month. One fat one has found its way here. Another horsefly. Oh damn. Oh damn. Maybe I shouldn't drive with the rear window open. Here, then we can take the scrap metal out and put the pallet somewhere. yeah, food break. We'll leave the stream again here. Leave the phone to charge a bit. Let's see now. Yeah, food time, then it's time for the heavy stuff. Seriously heavy stuff. I should have the possibility to put the loading mode on here. Okay, yeah. Food time. Foodoo time. Let the camera stay. See you in a bit. kommer dit.
Om det kommer någonting så tar de bara dit. Det blåser med i alla fall.
Jo.
Det är några sådana här mindre stenar.
Jo, de där knytnävarstenarna kan kanske bara ta från sidan. Jo, där är det.
Där kom några till.
Jo.
Jo,
det är bra. Det är vatten.
Ja, det där skulle gå med. Så där fick jag gå hem. Alltid varje gång man hem så vill man bara gå bort från ett zon.
Jo, nu är det något bara skräp på.
Det är bara stenar. Jag skräpar alltså.
Nej,
Det är bara stenar och jag ska försöka pipa.
Jo, pipa.
Så är det bara.
Han är på där. Man kör in och pipas. Han är inte sten.
Det är som ett vanligt. Så jag tar stenar bort.
Men ta med det inte så fint. Att inte sand eller sten. I det där.
Sätter man ett tryckslaget där.
Det går inte om det bara
Men ja, det är framlyftar nog allt man får dem tillbaka.
Ja, det är just det. Men det lyfter ju bara.
Jo, den väger något.
Det är vatten.
Jag tror att man kan ju mäta det sten hur stor den är och sen räkna det graniter, det är något 3,5 ton per kubik så vet man ju. Jag tror att de största väger kanske 500 kilo.
Nästan 3 kilo kubik.
Så det går nog att lyfta fram om man tar en i gången, inte mer än en på gång. Men jag kör dit kan vi ta skopan loss och det sätter jag gaffeln fast.
Det är inga rost.
Nej. The camera back. Put the phone back on. Now we have juice in the phone and juice in the guy again. We can take food. We don't need a food thing on anymore. Okay, let's roll. We'll take this on when we come to the field. First switch the bucket to the forks.
again it did not work. It's like not 50% of the time, but some percent of the time it does not work when you start. Tractor is a little bit like this. A little bit more fun. Ta den där vipon nu bara. Safety switch. Now it's loose for sure. Let's see if we can switch it to the other one. Then safety switch. Then we're good. Then just to the field. Pellolle. To the field we go. Might need to adjust the forks wider before we lift any big rocks. Yeah, then we'll see. Now we'll see how much the rocks are gonna resist us. They are heavy, very heavy rocks. And also some nail searching still first. try one of the rocks that he got out, but they were too heavy. We could try if we can put it on the forks directly here. Otherwise I need to, but on the other side, and I need to scan for nails first a bunch, but you could see if the one rock, if it's lifted up enough to where we can get this underneath. One there, we might be able to fish that one out. We poke a little bit in the dirt here. Maybe. Otherwise John will have to lift it more. Yeah, no, we can't get out underneath that. We need to go a lot in the dirt. But if John can get it like rolled a little bit to the side, then we can probably get underneath it. But yeah, we can leave this here then. Maybe adjust the forks. Maybe they're pretty good like that. The rocks aren't that huge actually. First we need solar hat on. I don't have, now I could have the, if I would have the solar hat that we have on, it would probably charge the cell phone quite a good today, but we just got the protection from sun hat today, so we don't get sunburned. But I could have, I should try someday when I'm outside a lot. I definitely need to test how much it charges from the sun hat. This one we have 72%, that's good. I should be able to not have it hooked up to anything. Yeah, first roll for nails. Kind of top priority to get the nails out first before we drive around a bunch here. Would probably be better to do it in that order. There's like this bush growing here. We could try to rip this out with the grapple too. This is like this should not grow in the middle of the field here. Yeah, we basically rolled this area. Then I should probably roll this area so John can come here and take some like rocks. And then the middle part we can roll after that, maybe. I'm sure here's a lot here. There's a lot of this wood here, so I'm sure there's a lot of nails here. Like just like that we picked up basically 10 nails. Right there where the roof fell down, the edge of the roof, that's where there is most nails. You can hear here, you pretty much find, the more you go back and forth, the more nails you find. It's mostly these really small ones though, aren't too bad. Oh man, the nails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 nails. Rolled 2 meters. Literally 15 nails. It's all these really small ones that are already half rusted away, but we can get as much of those too. Those should really not be dangerous for a tire anymore, unless they're attached to wood. They will just get pushed in the ground. But all the bigger ones could be bad. It's really those ones that we want. From the sound you can hear, these ones are the ones we really want to find. The bigger ones. Those really could be some pretty bad. And we'll go back. Go back right here. Try to scan this whole side place now. A lot less there because most of the roof stuff was here. That's where most of the small came. Like here there was almost nothing already. So outside of this area there we might scan that, but there's little. It's right here where the wooden roof ended, like that's where all the small ones. And then this area here we kind of need to lift like this. Just try to go over this as good as we can. There's a little one there. There was something bigger, I think. Ah, yeah, there's some small. The grass is uneven here, we just need to go like this. Try to get whatever we can. There's some nails. More nails than the wood in the wood shingle. Almost like, there's not that much, but there's a lot of those small nails. I mean, you can imagine if, I think when they nailed, then they didn't put one nail per shingle, but like one nail had like maybe 5 shingles. So if there's thousands of shingles in the roof, then quite a few nails also. Oh, there's many. almost need to grab this. Have this close to me all the time and just scan and clean and scan and clean and scan. I guess you can, if you have a long bucket, if you lift this, then the magnet comes like further away. If you get all the nails in the middle, you should be able to lift this and the nail should fall down. Let's see. Well, yeah, it doesn't really work. Well, now if you get it like this, that kind of pulls the magnet further away, then the stuff falls down. But my bucket isn't like wide enough, so might just try to clean by hand. Yeah, there's nails. For sure there's nails. So many. John is still trying. There's the one in the corner there that seems to be a tough one. It's so big that it doesn't want to budge. But we gotta get it up somehow, so that I can grab it with the forks. It is moving now though. I see it moving. But that one is a tough one. There was something big, I think. Oh yeah. These we definitely want to get. Some proper nails. Again, something big. Yeah, this is from the roof, from the metal roof. Bigger nail. Should probably scan this there at the same time now. Do as much as I can when I'm close to the bucket. Oh, he got it. He got the big one. Those ones he can only fit 3 in a load, I think. That's a big one. Big one. And it's easier to pull back. Now here's a little pile. Dump this by hand, I think. Big guy, yeah. And put this by hand. There's a little pile. Vad händer här nu? Får den till hållas med. Den där är lite entinen nästan. Det håller lite sivutukea, ja. That was a big one.
Joo.
There you can dump the clay bits, so I can throw them in the bottom there. But yeah, there's no rocks underneath, I think. For sure not underneath that one. Now this side is almost, there's the one. But if you can't get that one, can you get it rolled up so I can get it with the forks? Like roll it up, try to drag it.
Jag måste köra lite för det lyfter där det är på en vad det lyfter.
Ja, men du kan ta där, sen kan du ta det ändan di och sen... För att jag putsar, jag tar di är inte många...
För att 2-4 ryxar.
Ja, det ändan, för det ändan skannar, de är inte... Vad du inte kör riktigt där nära, så det där åkern skulle ha utan spikar. Ja, det där är stora den där. I alla fall lyft den bort, rulla den åt sidan, ja. Men annars bara det får nog med forken, bara du får den bara lyft upp från backen så att den är... Att den inte är inne i jorden. Where should we put these? Probably against the trailer, so we don't... Otherwise for sure we're gonna run this over. Or where the ladders are probably. These we can grab last. The ladders. Should really not need a ladder anymore. It's pretty low now, pretty low. Pretty bad if we can't reach this stuff without the ladder here. But then he's got, if he can get the one there, then the one side is clear, then he clear that side and this side and then the end, and then we'll try the ones in the middle last. Because yeah, in the middle there's like, the one there in the actual middle of the barn, that's like the longest one. That one might be a big one to get out. But yeah, if he can't get that one, at least he can roll it on the edge there, then I can grab it with the forks. Oh yeah, scraped mine with the goddamn trash. Should have my long sleeve shirt again, but that was just from the some sort of crap there that scraped the skin a bit. Immediately when you don't have a long sleeve shirt, then you start to damage yourself. Oh, now I think he got it now. Ah yeah, he's got it. If it lifts, barely lifts. That one's really maxing, it's maxing the thing out. 100% maxed out. Could be easier if I take it with the grapple maybe. Or with the front load. Can barely lift it up there. That one weighs probably 300 kilos at least. But yeah, he got it. Good stuff. Now he got room for maybe one more because two of those were really big. He can grab from the end maybe one or two more. Then we hopefully have time to scan all the nails, and then he can grab another load from here, and then we'll take one on the front loader probably at some point. Scan this grass here a little bit. See if there's anything bigger. There's a big nail. There's a big one. some big ones here for sure. Kind of hard to roll over this, there's like a lot of grass. And we'll scan the middle later. Probably not that much in the middle, it seems. There was one. Jag tar det ända en liten hit i alla fall en spik där. Just det, just. Maxed out. Punavana, kun hiidejä tehdään pahana, niin se on uujassa kyllä esiin. Man får nu täcka så mycket som man får. Eller en av de där större spikarna man får bort. Men där var det större. Någon där var det här. Ja, det kommer nog. Står det en bara nästan där. Det vad heter det? Dump. Should have the bucket closer. Man kan ha det bucket, måste ha det bucketin alltid nära när det perkele fyller upp i nu med samma. Vi med samma på 50. Det var så bra. Hittas nu. Ja, de här, den där är inte stor, den här är ganska stor. De här är ganska stora, de här är små på sidan. Eller mindre. There was something big again. Oh yeah, a couple of big ones. These are always good to remove, these couple of big ones. Men kun mä nestas här så har jag skannat här. Jag skannat här är nästan halva. Ja, den här lång kan du pudra änden. Ja, så får jag ungefär om det behövs.
Nej, nu här måste vara liksom hela det.
Ja, jag skannar det på mitten. Scan horizon. Nu börjar man nästan smått på. Ja. Det här alueen scan ungefär 5 meter ut här scannar. Om man inte ser något susgedis. Det var ganska bra. Double scan. Oh, there was something still. Some small. Oh, there was a big one. Huge. It's almost you can find the more you scan, the more you find. Ja, de är under de som inte får märke. Man får några träbitarna bort i alla fall, så skulle det vara något som är avsoppa. Small ones. Bigger one. Up. Don't lift it upside down. Gonna dump off the nails. Got another big one. Nu skulle det nog vara ganska bra. Det som man får. For sure you will not find all, no chance in getting all the nails. Just try to get most of them. Hör du kör upp eller kan du köra där? Ja. Så det här får man, här ser man att det inte är sådana träbitar, så är det bättre. För det är de kammar någon gång. Nej, här är det något. Nothing dangerous here. Ready to lift. Ready to lift headland. Ja, nu är det här nog bra här. Now we didn't find too many more. Then we can continue. We did this like halfway here. Continue this time. There was some big one. Oh yeah, that's a big one. Relatively big one. Scan this whole area. The end I scanned yesterday, I think. Then we can do the middle, the whole middle part. That end had some big ones there. We'll see if I can grab those. That one is not so big, I think. No, that one's coming. It was decent sized. Decent sized. Seems like the ones on the side are smaller. In the end they put the big ones. Yeah, after that I think he can't put more in the trailer. He can't. There's no more room, I think. Iceberg boulder. Yeah, they all have sunk in. Like 80% of the rock is pretty much under the surface. Oh no, it's falling down. Does it want to stay on the trailer? I don't know if we can put two sideways. Maybe that way. Now it stays. Maybe we can grab one more. Or grab the long one. Let's see if we can grab the long one from one end and just lift it out. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have enough power to lift the whole long rock, but maybe get it out so I can get it with the... So I can get it with the other tractor. Swampy soil. Like it's just normal dirt, but when you have a heavy rock on dirt, then over time it will sink in. So yeah, that's like a long rock. Long and narrow. That one he can't probably lift, but I can lift it. Det tar bara det går, ja. Maybe he can lift, maybe those aren't that big. Then basically that one might be the only one too big. He might actually be able to get that one. At least he should get a good grip when it's like long and narrow. It's almost like a log. Oh yeah, it's lifting. Barely. Very barely, but it is lifting. He's building a pyramid in the trailer. I think after that one he's got a full load there. Can't put more there. Trailer might break otherwise. He's got four big ones there. Up! Almost falling down. Now he's got it on. Yeah, now he's got it. Full load, I think. Big pile. Är det fullt lass? Nu är det nog minst par ton med stenar nu. Par ton. Man får alla andra utom den där får man inte alltså. Men jag får i alla fall en med det. Jag skannar först nu nails färdigt.
Jag testar det där just det kan hända allt.
Det går nog nästan.
Det där det lyfter att bara vara bort.
Ja.
Hörn med stora för pausa på först.
Man får inga tag när det är så
stor.
Ja, det är för stort.
Och där får man bara det är inte så farligt.
Ja. Det är fullt lass. Full load. Scan nails. But yeah, 4 or 5 rocks per load. And there was maybe 30 rocks here, so he's got a few loads, but we already took 1 load yesterday, so that's not load number 2, then 3 loads, 4 loads, yeah, 5 loads at least. Oh, I don't hear too many nails anymore. But there shouldn't, like further away here, there should not be too many nails. Just some rogue nails. No, that doesn't seem to be any. There's a couple smaller ones maybe. Yep. Couple. It's a pretty strong magnet. I mean, it grabs these really small. These are like really tiny bits. Grabs all of those. Then after we scan it this way, I need to scan this like uneven part still, and this uneven part, and the other side's uneven part. Then I think we got all the grass around for the most part scanned. Maybe go further on that side. There was something there. There was a big one. These are always good to catch. Big ones. You can almost immediately hear when it clonks. The big nails have like a bigger sound than the small stuff. Yep, now the rough stuff. Rough stuff. I'll probably count how many rocks we got left. There's 1, 2, 3 here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I think there's 17. I think there's still 17 rocks left. So, oh, the 3 loads. The really small ones we can just manually throw on. There's a few loads, but it's pretty. If the machines can lift them, then it's pretty. This last bit is not that physically heavy, so that's good. Did enough raking and stuff, so it's nice that we can let the machines do the heavy lifting now. Here's a bunch where this is where the water fell from the roof. So when it was the old wood shingle roof, then if some nail broke off by snow or something, then it came off the roof and fell exactly here. That's why there's a lot of rust right here and really small nails, because that's where they fell down from the roof. Like a lot of this really small stuff. That's almost, it's like rusted away on its own already. Almost completely gone. This is where the place where there was a lot of nails. Now when I roll over it, you barely hear any clinking, clonking anymore. There is way less now than before. Much better now. we scan this end and the other side maybe. And then we got the whole flat part, which would be very easy, but now there's like puddles, which makes it a little muddy and stuff. But we'll try to scan most of it at least. Some small puddles. Puddle man. Now I think this side is pretty satisfactory. Let's go back here where it's worst. No nails anymore. Much clean. Yeah, no new ones. Probably like 2 meters from the barn, that's where it's worst. So nothing there. Now we can do this end. Other end maybe. Haven't really scanned this yet, I think. Sounds like it wants to pick up something big there. Oh yeah, big nail. There's a little piece of wood here, which probably had like a nail in it. Well, it doesn't anymore. Scan this rough stuff here. Kind of have to lift up a little bit. But here now you can see there's a big hole. The stuff that goes at the bottom there, like those clay chunks, I can put them at the bottom because that's below plowing depth. So even a nail you could basically put there because that's safe. It's so deep that it's safe. So I'm gonna try to get all these, like all the dirt chunks and everything put in the holes. Then I might need to come with the back blade and like scrape in this grass and try to fill these in a little bit. I mean, we can smooth this out mostly by plowing, but it would be a little rough to drive over this while plowing. But I might try to drive like one wheel here with the back blade and try to smooth this out a bit once we get all the rocks removed. But yeah, big chunks like this, like these, we can throw at the bottom there. Start filling the holes. This is gonna be, if it wouldn't be muddy, this would be very easy to check, but now it's like muddy. This one works best on like flat surfaces because it's not very high underneath, so try to pick something up here. Oh yeah, big ass nail. It was in the wood there again. As you can see, most of the big ones you find, there's like a piece of wood, like a rotten piece of wood like this, and then it had a nail in it, and the wood is gone, but the nail is not. That's mostly where you find the big nails, and there may be some of those that we threw away when we ripped the metal roof off. But yeah, the other side, and then we have done all the grass on the outside. I think maybe go further on the other side. Then we have only the stuff that was like underneath the barn left. Here, yesterday I scanned this out like 3 meters here. That should be enough. And this I scanned like probably 5 meters out. Then when we plow this maybe next spring, then when I harrow it once, then it's nice and really smooth. Then I can probably scan over this whole area again. See if we can still find some nails. But yeah, this trailer is not too close. I think you can fit between here also. So you can just drive here and grab all the rocks now. Then we'll remove this trailer last, when we got all the, for sure, all the junk here. Then we can go dump this. Could still find some wood or something. Like some pieces like this. Let's go to the other side, do the other side the same as this side. I didn't think I scanned the other side a little bit, but not properly, I think. Just double scan this worst area. Should really not hear anything here anymore. Seems clean. Seems very clean actually. Couldn't hear anything. You have to green your seed wheat. I think we're gonna put oats on this next year. I mean, it depends. We'll see what if the prices change dramatically, but otherwise I think it's best to just put oats. At least with if the prices stay as they are right now, then we'll put oats here probably. Yeah, at least right now the oat price is way better than the wheat price, and we usually get at least the same, if not more, oats per hectare, like per hectare. So. Yeah, here's not much because I did scan this side already once. Shouldn't be too much. Few small ones I hear. Here's like a little pile. Here could be some stuff. That's a big one actually. A really rusty old. This is a really old one. You can see it's almost like rusted away in one end. Is this just dirt or is there a nail? Doesn't sound like a nail. Yeah, the oat price is better per ton a little bit, and then yeah, with oats it's very I'm never gonna say like easy to get the human quality, but we have every single year we've had oats, we've had no problems clearing the best quality, or like yeah, human quality, or I don't know what the good word in English would be. It would be probably like for human consumption, or like food grade oats. So yeah, I don't see, we can have wheat sometimes, but the main crop is like oats, I would say. Like for us it's like a lot of people in like a little bit warmer climates, maybe better climates, like corn is the main crop and everything else is like on the side. for us it's like oats is the corn for us. That's like the main crop, and then everything else is just to rotate around and not have the same thing every year. I guess that would be the easiest way to put it. Oats is our corn. Oh, that's a huge one. How did I miss that one earlier? That's a big one. Or yeah, I should never say that the oats has good price, but it's the least bad price. Least bad price. John already drove here, so hopefully don't find too many big nails here. He already drove here when he grabbed these rocks. For sure gonna be some smaller ones, but nothing huge, I hope. Heard a bunch of small stuff. No, this isn't too bad. Yeah, it looks like there's like some gravel. I don't know if they put some sand underneath these or something to try to keep them from sinking in, because there's some sand there for sure. You could try with the iron thing, try to feel if it feels like there's gravel. They might have tried to put something underneath, or maybe this was just on the side and then it fell down. But yeah, on the other barn there was one rock that there was another rock underneath, but I don't think these had another underneath. They're like, it's so deep that that's already like below plowing depth. So even if there is a rock down there, it's so deep that it doesn't matter. But we could try with the metal bar, try to poke the bottom and see if it sounds like there is a rock. There really should not be a rock there, I think. There was something. Oh yeah, they're really small. Bunch of small ones. Yeah, a bunch of these small ones, which isn't too bad. Yeah, John is coming back already for next load, but now the other side is clean, so he can go continue there and then go with the other side. And then by the time he has the other side cleaned and this end, then hopefully we have scanned all the middle parts there. Then he can get closer to these middle rocks. Middle earth rocks. today. With the wind it feels okay, but I got a black shirt, so it's like... Definitely warm enough. There's a piece of wood. No nails though. There was a bunch of small ones. Bunch of small ones. But yeah, this big magnet definitely is handy for things like these. I have a metal detector, but with the metal detector it would be so slow because it would just beep constantly here with the small nails. Then you still have to search for them. This, it sucks them up right away as it finds something. And even if there's water, it works in the water too. Oh yeah, I found a big one. These are good. Good to get rid of. That was like a 4-inch nail. Or maybe this is 3-inch nail. A little bit here, then we can do a little bit more here. Then we only got the underneath left. Underneath the barn. There it's at least pretty flat, so it should be easy. Other than the mud. There was a bunch. There was a bunch right there. Yeah, this one was a deep one. That hole is like quite deep. If there is some wood pieces, we can try to get them at the bottom. Then if there is some nails, they would not be dangerous anymore. Scan more here. More on the side. We try to get the other side, the other end. Det är inte någon skillnad, jag scannar runt hela, du kan köra vart som helst nu. Jag har bara kvar nu det mitt på.
Joo.
Du kan köra på all sida, det är någon skillnad. Ja, man ryms där mellan kärran tror jag, just där.
Joo.
Det är inte någon skillnad, nu har jag skannat allt på utsidan. Så börjar jag scanna det där mittan då.
Joo, sen till sist gör de där mitt.
De där till sista som är mitt på.
Mutta he dit på vidare.
Ja.
Det är stora.
De är två stora, sen är det små många.
Ja.
Så det här vet man ser inte ens det här när man där. Ja. Och den där pöllen som stod i uppen dra upp
Den
jossain.
joo.
Man behöver bara köra där på, ja, lite ifrån. Ja. too much clinking and clonking going on anymore. Way less than before. And nothing really to remove now. Maybe on the back there's one little one. Pass here, then the outside is good. Then we go on underneath the barn. Let's see when he loads a few rocks first. Now it moved a little bit. There might be a little suction first on the rocks actually when they're in clay. Might be some suction in the beginning. That was one of the bigger ones again, I think. But it is lifting. Like the slippery one. Oop. It's holding. Barely holding on to it. Wants to slip out. Shit. Oh, the one log got crushed. There was one log that was slightly rotten and now it's broken. Hopefully the other rocks are strong enough. There's another big one in the corner, then there's many small ones there, I think. Many small rocks. Not moved yet. That one also hadn't sunken in that much, so it might be, maybe that's a really big one. I guess I could push that with the fork so I can get to push it on one side, but that one might be a hard one. Maybe hardest so far. Now it moved a little bit already. But there might be suction still. Suction cup rock. That's a tough one. Probably one of the bigger ones again, I think. One of the bigger ones. Okay, now I can go start scanning for nails in the middle here. See how muddy it is. I mean, this is nice and easy as long as we don't run into dirt clumps and stuff. Oh yeah, finding some rocks. Nails, I mean. Moving, but it's not budging. You can't really get a good hold. It's like all the sides are flat, it seems. Maybe that's the one that's gonna be a hard one. It's moving there. Probably a combination of there's been some suction on it and it being a heavy rock. So close, so close. Oh yeah, now suction is off. Now suction is off. Probably gonna get it. Unless it's too heavy. Oh yeah. Slightly moving already. Oh yeah, got it. Got a big one. Not a fish this time. Got a big one, not a fish. We also got a big nail here. Look at this, guys. Like a 5-6 inch nail. This is when he brought up these big chunks of dirt. It's not, I can't really metal detect so good here now. We'll do what we can. Some of these I can try to throw back in the hole. It's a bunch. Bunch of nails. Now we kind of scanned a quarter of the barn, a quarter of the underneath of the barn. These smaller ones we can throw my hand on later, like that one and this brick and smaller stuff. Now there should be a couple of small ones and another small one. Där är två där! Det är en di och en hi. Two rocks there. That one looks like a small one. Definitely some suction on there. Mud with suction. Not a huge one. Det är en annan di och det är under gräset där. Under the grass. This way. Now he almost got it. I can barely see it. Got it. There's a smaller one there. That's like a round rock, natural rock. That has not been made like the other rocks. Bunch of rock nails and also a little bit of mud here. It would be a little nicer if it would be dry, but I think it's okay. That one looks like one that has sunken deep in, but it's not that big, I think. Nah, normal sized rock. If you can get this one there, then they got like 5 big and 1 small in that load. Then 1, 2, 3. Next load will get to the corner. Then another one there. At least 2 more loads. That one might be a tough shape. Can't grab it this way. Maybe can grab it the other way. Slippery shape. Det är paha muoto när det är sådär och sådär. Och nyt får jag sätta backar så får jag med det här andra nu. If it's impossible. If it can just lift it out of there, then I can grab it with the other traction. Maybe you can get it like that. Up. And down in the hole. Just lift it up on the edge. Jag kan ta med den där, det där. Bara den är upp på kanten så att jag får ta i den. Ja. A flat rock is easier to grab with the other traction. Maybe that way you can get it. Now he might get it. Maybe just drag it up so I can get it. Just leave it there maybe. I might be able to get it with the forks. Can he drive forward with the rock? Rock will kind of hit the tire now. Ah, yeah, he's gonna back it up. Back out a little bit. Oh yeah, the boom steering. Now I can turn the trailer past the rock. Nice. Good place to use that. What's this? Hell is that? It's like a rope. Yeah, rope. I thought it was a snake. Not a huge snail. It was like a rope. But yeah, all these pieces can kick him back in the holes. One more he's gonna grab. That one looks like a small one. Smaller one. Now he's deep in the mud. It's a slippery one. It's not a big one, but it's a slippery one. There he goes. Got the suction up. There was like a little rock behind it. Slip down. Sleepy rock. That's the last one for this load. Full load, full plus. Can throw this as a small one here. Han var såna här lite mindre större än de millan. Det här kan du ta sen nästa last det här. För du tar den där, tar det där. Mud back in the hose. Soil and field fall down. Yeah. The mud we don't need to get out of here, just the rocks. But yeah, this one was very slippery. This one I can grab with the other tractor, I think. Should be able to push underneath there and lift this. But yeah, let's first scan the whole area for nails. Then I can start hauling rocks too. That one I could grab first. Got at least 2 more loads still. Maybe 3, 5. Yeah, 2 more loads. Plus if I can get a few rocks. Then it should be all. And that's not a big nail. Just wood. Rocks came here 60 to 70 years ago. They were here 70 years and now they go back. I don't know if they go back where they came from. They go back close to where they came from probably. They were just sitting here a few years. I guess with the mud we can kind of see some tracks where we have been. Oh, there was a bunch of nails, I think. Yep, a bunch of small ones. There's like some sort of hook. Time for a break. We got like basically half the barn done. Only this area left now. This one doesn't look that big. All these are not that big, so he's gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least these. Maybe that one next load. And then 1 load after that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 2 more loads. Then we should get all the rocks. Plus I can get 1 rock on the tractor. Like the big one maybe. Two more loads and there should be not much left. probably put this in some other place. Otherwise John will lift it. Probably not here, otherwise I was gonna forget it there. Maybe put it in the other tractor. Ah, some clouds. Nice. Less sun, less hot. It's gonna be, I think the next 10 days it's gonna be like, this is the hottest day for a while now. I think the rest of this month is gonna be more like between 15 and 20, maybe even some days under 15, so actually nice and cool. There's some nails here. Oh yeah. A lot of random thick pieces of metal. Like part of nails. Something. There was a big one. Oh yeah, that was from the roof, and that's another. Again, a couple of big ones. We definitely like there. It's adding up here. We got one bucket that had probably like 5 kilos of nails, and this one has now already like. This is everything from here is almost like that one. It's already like a kilo or 2 worth of random nails that we found. So at least that many have been removed. We found a big nail. Again, like 10 nails. We found hundreds of nails today. For sure removed hundreds of nails. Should be most of them. There's probably gonna be like really small ones and some that are in the dirt and something like that the magnet isn't strong enough to pull out. But I mean, most, when we tore it down now, most of them should be right at the surface. So. It's as good as we can get it now. There's something big that it almost didn't pull up the first time. That's a big one. It's a good. Big ones are always good catch, because they could seriously be bad. I should roll this one in the garden also sometimes in the spring. I did even metal detect the garden, and we found a bunch. We found a bunch of metal in the garden also. There's still a couple of bricks here, I guess. What's this? That's like a rotten log still. Spread it out, see if there's nails. For sure there was something really big there. Oh yeah, another 5-inch nails. It's always this wood, big chunks of wood. There's always, they might have been nailed together when they were like in good shape, and there's like only nail remains. Yeah, one corner left. Then I guess we can focus on the rock hauling also. There's not that much left, but at least one we can grab with the other tractor. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. So if we can get 5 and 5, then there would be 3 left. But maybe some of these are so small that he can get like 6. If he could get 6 and 6, and then I get 1, then we would get all. Like this one is the biggest one that we're standing on. That one might not be so big. And then there might be some hidden ones in the dirt there. But yeah, we'll see. Still warm today. Okay, we should basically have scanned the whole thing now. Should be everything now, pretty much. Is it now? It's already 2 p.m. and phone is down to like 28. We might need to put charging mode on. But yeah, we're probably gonna get all the rocks today, I would say. 2 more loads, maybe a little bit, maybe 3. The trailer we can get tomorrow and the ladders, like that's not too much. If we get the rocks all removed, then pretty much like this is ready. Just smooth this out and then ready for farming next year. Pretty much. Let's put all the tools there. I can grab all the tools last. Should really dig out this one. This one is kind of hidden here. Remember to take this one here. rock bucket. And we can try if there's another rock underneath those rocks, but there should not be with that one. Test it out. There's suction. There's one rock. There's 5 here. There's one here. One here. Here. One here. Some bricks. Grab those. There's one here. One here. 2 over there. I'll check these smaller ones that there's nothing underneath. Like this is so deep, there should definitely... No, but you can hear. They have put gravel underneath them, I think, to help them from not sinking. Kind of sounds like there's gravel at the bottom. Yeah, they have put like gravel underneath. I don't really know how much that would help, but they have put gravel underneath, it seems. It sounds like it, for at least like that. Maybe not on this one. There it sounds like gravel again. Oh shit, that's a rock there. A mini rock. Wanna dig that out. Yeah, it sounds like they put like 5 centimeters of sand or gravel underneath the rocks. I'm not really sure how that would help them from sinking. Maybe they thought that would water would get there and then it would lift the rock instead. Maybe that's the process. But they have still sunken in, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they put them this deep. But yeah, you can hear there is sand underneath them. I don't think it was like this on the other barn, but here they have put some gravel underneath. It seems. Seems to be the same on everyone, because the base dirt here is not gravel. They use these days gravel from self-destructing boulders. It could be, but it looked, from what I saw, there was one that you could see. It looked just like sand. I think they just took it from some hill somewhere. Because from the rapakivi, from the rock that breaks itself, that's more like fine. That's not fine sand. It's like more like pieces. You can see here when it dug up, like this is like, it's really like fine sand. This doesn't look like that kind of gravel. It's more like sand. But yeah, they did put some sand underneath this, because it's the same for everyone here. Otherwise, if you dig down, like the soil otherwise here is like, it's just clay for many meters, I would say. In the middle here it might be even like 10 meters of clay before you come to bedrock or like something hard. I'm pretty sure it's just very much of clay here. And then when you get closer to the forest, then the clay layer there's less and less clay, and eventually it's just all the forested areas you see here, that's basically like gravel hills then, with no clay. Here we can see also, it's like this, it's pretty like fine sand. Maybe that was some other dirt. But if we checked all those, we can check all these. At least there's no other rock underneath, so we don't need to dig deeper. They just put luckily one rock. Yeah, gravel. Here we already filled in a bit. There's maybe something like a mini rock, but that's so deep, that's fine. Yeah, nothing there. There's sand, gravel. That's sand and gravel. I'm sure they use sand for leveling all top sides of the boulders. Yeah, no, I don't think they put sand on the rocks. They just, yeah, maybe they use the sand to get the rock in the right place, yeah. Like get it to the roughly the right height. They might have used the sand for that, yeah, to get the height right. Maybe. Because I think even now the top of the boulders, it's pretty like straight. Like sure, some have sunk in more than others, but it was like pretty level, like roughly level. Under rocks, yeah. I don't think they put the sand on the rocks. That would be a very weird way to build it. But yeah, now we can take all these, I think, here in the next load. And oh, I've got to remember to take this one now. Pull this wooden piece out before we run it over with something and puncture a tire. And yeah, this one was a little hidden. Then there was one rock here that was kind of hidden. We gotta check if this place, like, there's a little ramp here up to the barn. I wonder if there's rocks here. I think it's just dirt for the most part. But here's one rock here for sure. Oh yeah, this one is very small. This rock we will try to remember also. This one is still manually movable. Not a huge rock. Hopefully there's no more of those here on the side. Maybe it was just one. That would be good. We'll find out if there's any smaller like that when you plow it the first time. Then you hear if it's bumping into rocks. Roll the biggest pieces in. I don't know now if he's gonna grab it. Those are here on the end. Oh, here's something. What's this? Bricks? Bricks! I found a brick treasure. Look at this, I found 7 bricks. What the hell is this? How did they dig down these bricks here? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 bricks at least. What is this brick treasure? There is more. There's one. There's one. There's some wood piece. I found brick treasure. A lot of bricks in the ground. Oh shit, there's more. Is this a brick? That's a brick. That's a brick. Jesus. Joo. Ja, jag tänker lättare att köra dit på gräset bara. Men där är en 5 där. Det blir ett lastmån. De måste en ett lastmån de här mitten. Den där kan jag ta kanske. Jag tror att jag får med den lättare. Ja. 5 och så kan, om det ryms så kan du ta någon av de här. Det blir, jag tycker att det räknar att här var något, jag tror att här var 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, det är 13 den här större. Det blir två lass i alla fall, och sen ser man om man får det mindre. Ja. The plow, final rock and build, yeah. Once you plow it once, then you know if there's something bigger. If it doesn't, you can definitely feel if you hit like anything bigger, even a brick like this. You'd probably feel it when you hit it. Okay, let's see, is there more bricks? No, seems like dirt now. Some weird wooden pieces here also. Maybe this was some extra foundation piece here between. But yeah, those look pretty small there. Maybe he can get 6 in this load. And then these bricks we can put, when he lifts this big rock, then I can put the small bricks, just put them manually in the same load. Maybe he can grab all 3 from there. Maybe he can reach. Too close to that one. Maybe he can barely grab it. Almost rode too close. Now it's moving. Still big one. And there's some rubber. He's grabbing, there's some rubber on the side there. I think it's one of those when you milk the cow. How did that end up here? Look at this shit. Who's milking a cow? It's not som man mjölkar kudden. How did this end up here? It's the one that you put on the udder when you milk a cow. Like the rubber piece. Rubber trash. But yeah, this is kind of an interesting find. A very old milking thing. Milking boulder, yeah. Somebody probably threw it close to the boulder at some point. Put this in the other tractor. Just trash. Trash, trash, trash. Trash, trash, trash. Yeah, more treasures. We're finding milking things and brick treasures and finding all kinds of stuff now. Again, this one seems not so huge. Oh shit, I need to put the charging on the phone soon. Out of battery. There was some suction on that one. Suction when it's in the wet clay. Not a huge one, but you're too sketchy there. Could it fall off the back? Oh, maybe that way it's gonna stay there. Yep. Good, good. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, it's gonna be another load and then maybe some. Even if I take two, it's not gonna fit in 2 loads. It'll be like 3 loads. You can clearly see the rock moves a little bit, but there is suction for sure. But then as the suction lets go, then it like pops loose. Gotta wiggle it. Now it let go. That one wants to roll. The rock is on a roll. Now he's got a good, now it's good. Now he's got underneath it. That one in the front, and he maybe can put one between the ones behind there. At least gotta get 4 on one. Probably get 2 more there, then it's a full load again. Muddy pieces in the muddy hole. Here we can clearly see there's like a lot of gravel underneath that one, or sand. I should say sand, not gravel. Wiggle, wiggle. Oh yeah, there it goes. Gotta wiggle a little bit so the suga fast. There is suction. That one, then maybe he can grab the last one from this row. There's one more. Maybe there is room somewhere. Där är bra där. There it should, and it's leaning against the other rock a little bit. Wait, maybe one more. Maybe one more in this one. Then we can try to rip the... Ryms det en till ännu. En ännu. Där är fullt. Det här kan jag i alla fall kasta någon mindre. Ryms där får man den där i millan där. Kanske man får. Kastaa sån här mindre hinnakorsi millan. Så kan man också prova det där, så kan man prova nyckeln i det där. Så är det bara sen nästa så här mitt på, ska vi se. Men där är nog där är 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, det är ju 7. Där ska det vara, om det ska vara 6 så skulle jag kunna hämta den där och så kommer upp en till, men det blir ändå en, det, liksom, det blir 2 last, det ryms inte. Om man inte får riktigt bra start. Ja. Den här kan man prova ta här om man får. Det där ja, före vi glömmer det. Throw in the smaller rocks. That one looks like it could be a bigger one, but hopefully you can get that in the same load still. I mean, it doesn't really matter, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and then 2. It's still gonna be 2 loads, so it doesn't really matter. If he doesn't get it now, we can put this in the next load. We'll see. It doesn't really matter because it's still not gonna fit in the next one. There he goes. Decent size. Maybe you can put it between the 2 others or on top of the big one maybe. Kanske den går på det stora och om du inte får i millan så på det större. Det är så flat det stor, du kan sätta den på. Den hålls nog tror jag. Man får med den flata sidan. Flat side on flat side should get it there. But yeah, they can always slip out when they're quite square if you don't have a good grip. So definitely don't want to be underneath the rocks when you're lifting them. Could fall down. Shouldn't even be this close probably. Yeah, put it just on top of the other one, that should be good. Should stay there as long as he doesn't do super racing driving. It's good. Then this guy. There. Let's drive a bit forward. Hopefully you can lift this one out also. Där ja. Kanske man just får tag och sen drar upp ja. Pinch it. Hopefully you can pinch it. Organic farmer, you working hard or hardly working? I'm hardly supervising at the moment. John is doing the, I wouldn't say the heavy work, but I did metal detect this whole area a little bit ago, so that was quite heavy now when it's warm. Oh shit! Dig deeper! Goddamn log. Might need to plow that one up. It's kind of deep. Deep in there now, I think. Have to start digging now. Digging with the grapple. Could be problematic to get it out now. But the plow will definitely find it if we don't get it now. Yeah, just dig. Gotta dig first around it. Can't see it even yet. Where is it even? Maybe we need the shovel now to dig the end out. Ta därifrån hiot och se vart den är. Dig out there. Now we should see where it is. It might be out now. It's probably in this clay now, I think. Where did it go? Where is it? Where is the wood piece? Is it inside this one? Where is it? Maybe it wasn't that big. It should be, if it's not in this one, then it's like gone. Maybe I plow it and I find it. It's good. Maybe it wasn't such a big piece. Because we couldn't really find anything there. When we plow it, it's gonna come up if there is anything bigger. But yeah, now he'll dump that load off. Can take a little break here in the tractor. I need to charge my phone here a bit. Most of them are boots. It's rained just enough to make the surface a little bit muddy. This into charging mode. No, stay right there. Brake mode. I guess we could try to fish out the big rock and see if we can get it with the forks. Should be able to grab it now when it's on the side there. We can try that one, then we can bring it back to the same place where John is taking the pyramid of rocks. Yeah, I could probably take the big rock now. Then I can have the phone in charging mode here at the same time as we're driving it back to the farm. Did I did not put the power on. See if we can push. We need to push underneath the boulder so it doesn't roll back in its hole. Hopefully we can get it. Maybe I should try from this direction first. And it's just when you put it down, you can't even see the. Just like that, and then it will go first close and then try to go underneath. Probably not that fast. I think we're going underneath the boulder. Underneath, underneath, underneath. It's a heavy boy. It's a heavy one. And we just need it all the way back so it doesn't drop when we drive with it. Now it should be staying on there. And just drive this the same place John puts the rocks. John had trouble lifting this one. This one was so big and slippery that he didn't really get a good grip on it. this rock definitely weighs probably 500 kilos at least. Big potholes on this road because the rock could kind of slide off when we're driving here, and that would be not nice. So we're gonna drive a little bit extra gently, I guess. And then bump it off while we're driving. Flies are back. Get out of here. Dump this rock somewhere close to where John is dumping the smaller rocks. There's still room. John can first offload his rocks. And I will dump the big one there later, I think. Because I don't have room to go there now. I need to get a better angle maybe. Or maybe we could put the big one. Yeah, I don't think I want to put it anywhere else. We could technically put it there, but I think he's gonna offload those and I can go get an angle there. Dump it. Horsefly, get out of here. Get out of there, horsefly. Come on. It's amazing how horseflies can get stuck on a window. No, I think it went outside. Overrow. No, we did not get out. Damn horsefly, come on. I got windows open, go out. Get out. Did we smack it? Now it went outside, I think. I got scared of the glove. Yeah, this one is a bigger one. But yeah, there's no better spot. I can maybe go in further where John is putting the smaller ones, and then I can dump the big one there. I want to put it somewhere so it's not in the way. A lot of rocks. I can go outside, chat a little bit here, see what's going on. Take this shit down. Ser ni vad vi hittade? Det är mjölkgummi. Det är bara för i roskisen något. Last. Nej, de är ett last ännu. Men jag tror det där var så stor, det var så hala att den inga vill hållas där så. Men det går bra med det där. Jag kan föra den nästan där längre. Eller ska jag sätta dumpa den dit, eller vart ska man sätta den där större? Man ska nog sätta den här, då måste jag flytta bort de här bort. De där får inte vi bakom.
Men lägg liksom i vidare, bakom ständer.
Pastor som jo. De här mindre får man bra här.
Det är mycket som man kan.
Ja, så det är en eller två såna här långa. De är all såna här fyrkantiga, ja. Som man kan ju få såld dem där lite godtur om någon vill ha stenar.
Här är bara gitarren.
Ja. Eller om man själv behöver bygga något pyramid något så.
Lagt nu slät viola och så sån där puko.
Ja, det skulle de här går bra. Var det något så sand under så skulle de här gå hur bra som helst en grund. De är ju stadiga nog då. Bara det skulle vara något under bara skulle vara stadig. Får man den där bort i den följde i millen. Måste köra framåt lite. Ja, det har man ser det inte bara. Där bakkastar där en liten sten som man kastar. Där är lite så här mindre morikkor och lite sådana här tigerstenar. Där är bra hål för den där bara något. Någon mindre så att de var sådana lite tigerstenar kippade de är bakom det där. De är bakom det där stenen. De är såna, du har radat upp dem dit. Nej, någon har radat upp dem dit. Ja. Lippar om du svänger kärran, du ska köra för sådär ska man köra framåt. Lite framåt så får man ta i den. Där är det bra det där styret. Det tar nästan foten tar i sten dit och nästan. Det tar nästan foten i sten dit. Inte tar det i men nästan. Det är 5 före. Sådär nu ja. Bara de är innanför det där sten så är de inte i vägen. Så de är liksom just så här, där, inte något närmare än där. Så där, nu får du ta i. Now you can grab it. Nu får man ta i den. Ja, se, och det där här är ju inte... Jag kan prova dumpa det storsten där. Ja, lite framför det megasten där, ja. Där får jag köra sådär, ja. Nej, så slipper man till dem ändå, ja. Ja. Bara backa bort först och köra in dit. Det är nästan kanske får i nästa, så det är något 6-7 kvar. Så det är just man får 4-5 här och sen en där, så kanske det blir ännu en kvar. Men vi ser, det blir tvålans i så fall. Men idag får vi ha stenar bort. Så imorgon kan man ta sen kärron och de där stigorna och lite sånt som gäller. Nej, nu är det där bra. Bra. Där, jag så tar vi ännu efter ett lass. Om du kör bort så kör det storsten dit längre. Far dit så kommer jag ännu med traktorn tillbaka dit. Och kanske man får i ett lass, det beror på hur man får radda dem. He'll dump that, get away from here, then I can drive in there and give room for him first. Go a little bit more backwards. Give room for John. Can back up and drive away. Then we'll go one more batch. Then there should be next to nothing left. We'll see if we can fit it in the next trailer. And I can get one rock on this. But not more than one rock. Firewood pile is well filled. Yeah, now you can see, here's basically everything that's good enough for firewood. Here's the floor. And over there's all the boards, and that's all the logs that were good enough. So I would say all this together is that's definitely 1 year's worth of firewood. Probably a little bit more because it's all pretty long stuff. Especially the logs are really long. And we'll see where we can dump this one big rock. Somewhere behind the poles there. Maybe it's better to put there forward. Maybe we can put it right here. If I drive there. That should be a pretty good spot. Some dirt on it. Now we're good. One more load. A little bit more rocks. second to last load of rocks. Then Barney's gone. 100% gone. tractor somewhere, then we'll see if we can grab, if we can grab everything except one, then we could take everything now, but we'll see. There's like 6 or 7 left, so we shall see. I'll put this one somewhere to the side, and then, yeah, then we'll grab at least one. depending on where he's gonna drive. Discharged. We'll get 27%. Should be enough for this rest of this. We don't have that much left. Maybe you can drive now with one wheel on the inside of the potholes and one wheel on the outside, because otherwise it's gonna be super bouncy for him. We'll see how he's gonna approach this situation. He's gonna come in from the end. Come in somehow from the end. Avoid the biggest holes. Ah yeah, he's got room enough to drive like that. There's enough room to be kind of on the side of these rocks. That's gonna work good. And we can put these manual, some small rocks. Ooh, it's muddy! Traktor sjunker i! Vad fan det? Hade något ljud? Det är så att något däck som tog i sten, ja, men inte det något. Om det hade något ljud. Om det var från om det hördes från kärran. Det är från något hjul tog i något kanske. Some wheel was hitting something. Yeah, it looks fine. All the small ones maybe underneath here. One, two, three, 4, 5 he can get at least. Then there's like 2 left. But yeah, it's muddy here. Tractor is sinking in quite a bit. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it's got like, it's not too muddy so we can actually lift. If the leg just sinks in there, it might be sketch. Get stuck. Maybe we get stuck here now. It was very soft when he drove with the tractor there. Hopefully not getting stuck on the field now. Would be kind of weird. Get stuck when you remove a barn. That would be a first. Quite a long one. Flat one. Four-wheel, yeah, I gotta say that he puts four-wheel drive on maybe. Don't wanna start spinning. Start digging in. Good to grab at least. But yeah, maybe it's just the surface that's muddy. If it's just a little bit on the surface, it's kind of fine. But then for sure the leg got pushed in quite a bit there. see when he moves forward. If it's just a little bit, then it's fine. It's fine. Just a little bit muddy. Not spinning the wheels yet. Once he gets a little 2 meters forward, then it's completely dry there, I think. It was just in the middle there where all the water has been sitting now. A little bit more muddy there. At least one in between. As soon as he can get 3 or 4, then there's gonna be another load probably. This soil may see tractor tires for the first time. I'm pretty sure it does. If they brought them here, then it was horses, so this place has only seen horses. This stuff that's underneath. I'm pretty sure actually it's only seen horses. Another smaller one, then there's the one huge one. I can maybe the long one I can take on the forks there. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna fit everything because the long one took so much space when you put it like that. But yeah, it's still gonna be 2 loads, so doesn't really matter then if we take like 3 and 3 or 5 and 2 or something. Nice and chunky one. You can kind of see how the support legs are sinking in when the rock is back here. Heavy rocks, soft dirt. Maybe we can get one more. We'll see. It's a mjuk! Ha! A little muddy. But yeah, here, no rocks underneath, but there is like some sand underneath. It's almost spinning tires! Yeah, it's surprisingly wet underneath the barn. I did not think it would be this muddy underneath here. I think when we removed the old barn there, it was like completely hard and dry underneath. Here it's like very muddy for some reason. Maybe there was a lot of frost and it like melted later when the barn was on top, so maybe the frost only recently left this area. Maybe that's why it's so soft. That could be one reason. Oh man, the support leg is deep. We're in deep. We're sinking. Jo, eller så kan jag ta den där nu. Jag kan ta den lång. Om du lyfter den bara flat där så får jag ta med forkerna. Men det blir nog ändå tvålas för det är nu 4 kvar ännu. Det är 4 kvar, man måste komma ännu en gång, man får inte allt. Ja. Still gotta do 2 trips. för att lämna den bara, det är för tung. That one's too heavy maybe. One is also sinking in badly. I'll leave it, I'll take it. Vänd den så att den är sådär rak. Så kan jag köra i på. Ja, där är bra. This one was too heavy now. It did not lift this one. So this one we have to take with the other tractor. This one was too heavy. Jag kör härifrån, ja. Här och där. Should be able to get it from here now. We can try to get the one smaller one, but now he almost needs to put 4-wheel drive on to get forward. There's one small one here. There's one, and there's one. See if it goes without 4-wheel drive. Barely, he was almost stuck there. Här är en. Där är en och där är en. De här har jag inte någon filis hur stora de här är när man ser bara lite. Jag vet inte om de är huge eller small. De går såna bricks för det under i alla fall. Här är 1, 2, 3, 4 kvar. Det är inte någon skillnad. Kanske en för om man har någon extra, jag vet inte. Throw the bricks underneath somewhere. Så de här bricksina är under. Underneath. Let's see, is this a big one or a small one? Medium sized. That one isn't too big. Maybe you can get that one and then go dump and then come back once more. Because yeah, we can't get it all in one load still. Still need to go dump once. Dumpy dump. If we can get that somewhere, maybe on top of the other one. Somehow so it doesn't fall down. Maybe it stays like that. That should be good. Det hålls nog där, ja. I'll throw some small bricks on there still. Alla de här små brickorna, de är under, får du kasta dem för hand. De ryms aldrig under. Det börjar så just när du får där, så just att det bara får framåt. Kärran-börs. Det börjar fastna där saker. Det skulle ännu fattas att man skulle fastna när man tar ledun bort. Ja, det skulle fastna, ja. Jag undrar om det liksom att frostna far så sent att det därför är så mjukt. När det vet under ledun att det på något sätt isolerar det med. Det här känns lite som just när frosten far de där 2 dagarna. Det skulle borde vara så här mjukt. Nej, inte det är alls mjukt där. Ja, här är en och där är mellan hjulen och sånt där. 3. Och sen plus det där. Det ryms det i nästa lass.
Ja. Du sa det där under där lyftet.
Nej, jag väntar hit så att du kommer att ta allt och sen far jag.
Ja.
Ja. Kan lite fylla i hålen och se om det är något extra. Då måste man gå sen skilten. Och kärron kan man ta sen imorgon och det är något bra. But yeah, he'll go dump that load, come back once more, then we can get the rest. Finally get the rest. And just go chill here for a little bit, so he dumped those. few too many for that load. Back into charging mode. Yeah, can wait here a little bit because I'm just gonna make sure then with the last load that we get all the rocks. All the small ones and all the big ones. But yeah, it has to be that muddy there, because the only reason I can think of is that during the winter there was no snow, nothing on the floor, so the ground froze real deep. It was really cold there for a few weeks, so it froze like maybe half a meter down, and then in the spring now when the barn is there, it's not that warm there, and then it has just recently melted, like all the clay has just recently melted. And that's why it's so soft there, because it should not be like it's not soft at all here on the side, and the soil should be all the same here, like no difference. So yeah, the only thing I can think of it that this was like frozen for way longer than the surface of the field, because there was on the field there was both snow and the sun like warmed it a lot earlier. But under the barn it's dark. It was probably really cold during the winter, so it really froze down. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense. Or otherwise there's like a wet hole right here in the middle of the field. We'll see next spring when we plow this, if we start to get stuck then again here. Then we know it's like a really wet spot for some reason. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that wet. I hope so, at least. Oh yeah, is the phone starting to overheat? I need to put it in the shady spot. But yeah, I guess if you could somehow smooth it out now, then we could, when we mow this in a few weeks, then we could just drive straight over it already. But I think the easiest way, I could come here with the back blade and try to smooth it out a little bit, but I think the simplest way is to just let it be like this until this fall or next spring when we plow this field. Then just plow over it, then it will smooth it out a bunch. And then when it's plowed over, then it's easier to smooth it out after that. Then all the grass will be like ripped into pieces. But yeah, we'll see. Might come with the back blade, try to do the biggest holes. Like a little bit. Once it dries up. But yeah, we'll see. Not in any rush to do that. But yeah, so this is, what was this, day 8? Day 8 or something. Now the barn is basically gone. And that was 8 days of, most days were like 4 or 5 hours. We didn't do a single like 8-hour day, or maybe one full day. So yeah, didn't take that long. Maybe if you do full days, maybe 4 days. Like a week, 4 or 5 days maybe. Not too bad. Wind is still picking up. Yeah, we can soon go out check. Make sure that there's no hidden rocks. I guess you find them with the plow later, but it would be nice to get all. Otherwise, need to hook up. I guess if we find some bigger later, it's easiest to maybe try to get it with the forks. I mean, if it's sunken in quite a bit, it could be hard to get it directly with the forks. But we're probably gonna unhook the loader from the other tractor once this is done. Don't really need that on that tractor for a while. And we could almost like plow just this little part, but the plow is already greased and put away, so we don't really wanna. Otherwise I could plow this small piece and already smooth it out completely, but the plow is all stored away, so we don't wanna probably do that either. .165 on the scraper will be the best. Yeah, we could try with that one. Or with this one, or the other tractor. Just need to fill in the biggest holes a little bit first. Then you can plow pretty normal. Just need to drive slower over this the first time. There's at this end there's like a big pile of dirt here. I don't know if they probably purposely built that up so they could drive in the barn easier from this end. There's like a big pile here at this end. Otherwise it's relatively flat already, but here's like a lot of dirt here. Probably built it up so they could get in the barn easier. Yeah, that soil definitely should not have compaction issues underneath. It might have some like, it might be missing the like small critters that are in the soil because the soil was like in the dark for 50 years. So I don't know, that probably has affected it a little bit. There's not like all the microorganisms are probably not there yet, but in a few years it should spread in from the sides. You would think, at least. But yeah, the other barns, like the little barn there and the other, like you can see a little bit, it doesn't grow really that well yet where the old barn was, but every year it gets more like even and even. John is offloading, or John has offloaded, I think, already. Yeah, so he's coming back now. It doesn't take too long for him to offload the rocks. It's just four rocks per time, so 4 or 5. Yeah, so I think tomorrow we'll come after the trailer, go dump that, come back, take all the ladders, take all the tools. I think we can leave that for tomorrow. There's no like rush to take those away from here. Or yeah, I can't get all the tools in the same trailer there. Otherwise I could put everything in the trailer, go back to the farm, offload the tools and then go dump the crap, but I think there's not enough room to put the ladders in there. Probably easiest to go dump the wood first. But yeah, we can go make sure there's no hidden rocks anywhere, so that we for sure get everything now in the last load. Check it, but it should be pretty obvious. Like that one, that. Then we might dig there. There's like, that's the place where I think there could be some hidden rocks. This tool is, I guess, pretty good to test the soil. At least if there's any rocks at the very top, then you should be able to kind of feel them. Here's one for sure. Then in the middle here, I don't think there's anything. There's one. Here in the middle, I don't think there is something here. What's there? More bricks. More brick treasures. What is this? Oh yeah, more bricks. Maybe just 2 here. No, there is more. And there's a couple of like small rocks here. That guy can take. That guy. That guy is so small we can drop it at the bottom. Bottom of the hole. I guess we can try if we push this down the bottom of the hole here. Should be lower than plowing depth. But yeah, there's some bricks here. Bricks to dig up. I guess you can drive like this here. Then load from the side. This. It should be all, because there was one row in the middle, one row around. I don't think there's anything in between. First plow more bricks. Yeah, there could be, if there's some hidden bricks here or somewhere, then we can't see them. But they will pop up when we plow. Let's see if we can get. There's one. At least the soil is nice and soft. But yeah, this soil is exactly how clay soil is in the spring when the frost goes away. It's like very soft, very muddy. Very, very muddy here. Maybe that's the last one of the bricks right there. There's more. Always more bricks. I guess it's the same place as the other side. There might have been like some extra foundation built here at some point. Now there's no more bricks. No more bricks now, I think. These like really small rocks, we can drop them. If you put them in the bottom there, it will be well below plowing depth. That should be fine. Comes the last load. It's really soft here. No wonder it felt soft when walking on, and the tractor left like tracks like this. First the big ones, and I can throw the small ones in later. Viimeistä viedään, joo. Last load. Unless we count that as a load. But last load from the actual barn location. Then it should be all just dirt left. We'll pick that up tomorrow. is it the big one? It's moving a little bit already. Though it might be pushed in a bunch, because from this door, even that tractor has driven in from this door, I think, a few times, so those might be really pushed down quite a bit. It's coming. It's coming. Pretty heavy one. Only barely lifted. You need to have it really close to the lifting thing, otherwise it won't lift. There's the one here then, right there. That one is really in the ground also. You can barely see it. Maybe not a huge one. Maybe not a huge one. It's got suction though. Oh, it's a long one. It's a big one. It was a long one. We only saw a little bit. It's a huge one. It was hiding very much. It was not a short one, it's a long one. Long John. He can barely lift that one. Hopefully he can lift that one. We don't want two rocks he can't lift. Then we're screwed. I need to take 2 trips with the other tractor. Really heavy one. Maybe I can take some crap. Wait, I'm gonna take some crap off it. Now it's lighter. I'll take some weight off. There's like 100 kilos of dirt on it. Det här var alldeles inne i jorden. Like a lot of dirt on this one. I don't know when this one sank this much in the dirt. Now it's cleaner. Maybe 50 kilos lighter. It's a chunky boy. Barely got the lifting power. Gotta put that in the front of the trailer, I think. Barely got, that's really maxing it out. Damn. Damnation. Can you get it like this, just straight over? Yeah, barely. That one was really close to the max lifting capacity. Just put it there, then we can put the last one on the back. Are we looking for pirate treasure? So far only big rocks. Oh yeah, and then the last one in the back, yeah. I can throw that one by hand. A small one. This one is probably easier by hand. Only found a bunch of these so far. And there's a big boy there. Too big for this one, so I will need to try to lift it with the other tractor. That one was the heaviest of them all. They put the big rocks over the treasure. Ah! We need to look underneath here then. Look in the holes. That one wasn't too big. Put that in the back there behind the other ones. That's like an exact square almost. And we'll put these last bricks there also. Is it leaking? Oh yeah, leaking a little oil there, yeah, for sure. We need to fix that's like where all the hose is connected. You can see how it's dripping a little oil. When there's a lot of pressure, it's leaking there a little bit. We could maybe fix that. We need to replace a bunch of the seals. Yeah, it's just dripping heavily. That's good. Now we just take the bricks. Bricky guys. Should be all now. Fold into transport mode. Muddy bricks. Goddamn muddy bricks. Det skulle vara allt nu. Man måste nog fixa det. Det lyft just det randen nästan där från det ena. Man måste nog fixa den där. Måste ta alla slangarna loss och sen se vad det är inne i och se vad det behövs. Det är bara några packningar här som behöver bytas.
Ja, det är O-ringar, men mycket där.
Se om man hittar.
Här lagar ju både det där liksom upp och ner, det är det här liksom. Hur den där nu lagar, man ser ju här kommer att det där.
Ja.
Slangar som är bytt fan till det där.
Men det finns säkert någon i Youtube, någon sån här kanske en tutorial hur man ska replace all det, om man kan göra det själv. Annars är det bara att ta slangarna bort och föra den och till någon här som kan fixa. Det läcker så mycket att det blir alldeles en pott under det. För det fanns att det har farit några lite av olja ut när man har mukat det här.
Det här nostolaskun det så det här. Det är där ja.
Det lekte man så underifrån så det kom där. Från det där och det andra dit som var där som det droppade mest och där från det rann bara just när man drog lyfte tunga. Det är något in i läkaren för det läkar inte från en slang där. Det läkar ifrån något från i millan och något som kommer ut. Det kan man tutkia om man kan fixa själv annars är det bara att ta slangen bort och föra. Att någon tar det hela till bitar och skruvar ihop det med precis.
Gör det skulle sätta låtsas langa för hela där.
Hela det att något som de lagar det inte läkar.
Pöytään lite det där, precis det där. Just det här Dunlop-hyflex eller något så att de kan
någon remontteja fixar nog så att det on. Siinä venttiilipöytä, se on just bara sökää venttiilipöytä, se on rebuild i YouTubessa, finns en video så att om man kan göra det själv.
Det är så svårt eventuellt.
Nej, det är där
precis. Så att det var något fjäder som slår ut liksom att
ja. Jo, innan man purkar inte det nu allt för komplicerat vad det inne i nä. Så ska man bara hitta just rätt all nya seals ska det vara. Inte tror att det är något slitigt väldigt. Men det man söker i YouTube det ska man för det bör lägga så mycket att det bör vara våldsamt.
Ja, det där man lägger alla packningar nu.
Ja. Delarna kostar inte mycket, det är där och jag fixar kostar med.
Och inte homman eller det var som slår ut.
Ja. Nu skulle det vara allt där och såna och det var de på andra likadant.
Man tar loss den så det pöytän är ju där hänger där det är lätt att
det är lätt att ta sen och fixa det. Nu är det nog alltså jag sitter jag
inte lyfter sen betonsumma det inte det.
Ja. Det läcker så mycket att det är bara det var många liter. Det forsar ut.
Det går inte att fixa.
Ja. Nu är det bara sen morgon kan man komma efter moment med idag. Det bör ju vara det är 4 tider. Det bör vara bra för det man tar det så jag tar det andra där sista härifrån. Så är det all stenarna. Så toolsina imorgon och kärr.
De kan man ju lägga dit kärr.
Man får någon länder. Det blir så mycket att det är nästan lätt att få kipp först. Sen kommer det stiga, så får man stiga stugan i detta. Ja. Man ser imorgon. Man får nu idag stenar. Ja.
Men nu är
all stenar bort. Bara få det sista därifrån. Ja. Den var just då, den här var lite tyngre den här. Ja, något där. Att de där långa kan bli just där ett siltställ där man ser. De kan vara där nere. Man kan, om det där latukonen splittar man dem bara längre bort dem, så att man får se till dem där.
Ja, jag lägger den där riktigt nu.
Man får ju den bara just där nere. Det är bra att sätta den där.
Så lägger jag ändå så att man kan köra där liksom. Förbi vasten så att det inte kommer för mycket på det benet.
Ja, nej, inte så långt ut.
Och ändå liksom att där är just rum till det där vinsen som man kan bak där.
Ja, man får den. De där snökekkorna, de går bara att sätta på där. De är så fångligt. Ja. Ja. Yes sir.
Och det där just då kan man lägga där någonstans.
Den kan jag sätta där någonstans som latukoneet för den är så fast fin här. Jag sätter till en bänk som man vill sitta. Jag hämtar den i alla fall i hem någonstans där så ser man om man sätter den. Den är en sån här fin form. Sån här får man nog säga 200-300 euro för sån här. Det är inte så att de ska ha sån här beställt, det kostar lite. Sätt myyntiin, se vad det on någon annan säljer såna vad de säljer såna här för. Jo, det går. Det är så det rostar rutan. Yeah, we're dropping some frames, I think. Det kostar så mycket. Så där får fiska upp när jag bara kör där. Jag tror att det går att köra just om man kör här. Så får han hjulet just att det inte var den här hålen för att annars fastnar. Det är så stora hål att man kan inte köra över där. Ja, sen får en annan sida. Om det inte går härifrån så får en annan sida. Men det är så mjukt åt det. Jag tror inte det går härifrån.
Härifrån får det komma.
Ja, ena hjulet här och de. Let's try to fish up the big rock with the forks. Nej, annars kan det fasen nästan. Det är så perkele stor grupp. Nej, hela alueen är nog skannat sådär alustavasti. Skulle inte borde vara något. Det var tosi mjukt, ja. Let's see now if we can grab the big one. Oh yeah, now this works. I need to put the chat phone away so I can charge it and also not be in the way. Line up and see if we can get the rock. I don't want to drive the front wheels in the holes there, but I think we can get, if I go somewhere here, I should be able to get, so I don't go in the holes unless it's like too wide there. Come in from the side, I guess, a little bit. And if I go like this, I should be able. Then I'll just need to slow it down a bunch. Go down, go a little bit like this. Go more down. Try to get rock roughly in the middle. It's not going. Go a little bit more like this. So we can go underneath. Now it's going underneath. We go all the way. Then we should be able to lift. Oh, it's a heavy boy. Almost barely lifted with this one even. Now it should be good. Got it. It's almost felt like it was barely lifting it. Oh shit, we're spinning! 4-wheel drive. Let's not get stuck with this one here. Shit, we almost got stuck with this one even. We needed 4-wheel drive. We probably don't have too much weight on the back wheels actually. Yeah, it sank in quite a bit there. Needed 4-wheel, best to have 4-wheel drive on so we don't lose. So we don't get stuck. We got. Yeah. Men tillräckligt något kan köra. Jag måste köra med en elevatorn på så att det är lite bättre.
Baken är ganska lätt och nu är det men inte det du ska nog hålla sen då.
We almost need rear weights.
Framhjulen får i och så börjar det just gå.
Ja. Jag har puts där lite motor i frammen. It's clean, there's some mud on the forks and I'm gonna drop it everywhere. There's probably not a whole lot of weight on the back end. This one was heavier than the other rock. Let's get the mud off. Yeah, even this one just barely lifts it.
Yeah.
Mud off. Okay, now we're ready to go.
Yeah.
Ready to roll, dump the rocks.
Yeah.
Yes. This one probably weighs quite a bit. We're almost driving with rear wheels up in the air. We got enough weight to stay on the road, I think. There's a lot of weight on the front axle when it's almost the whole tractor is on the front axle plus the rock. don't really want to go full speed now, then hit like a pothole, then you could break the front axle or blow a wheel or something. Luckily this road here is pretty flat. Plastic part has an annoying sound sometimes. Seem to have some traction to go up the hill at least. nice long and flat piece would be a nice bench somewhere. Definitely wouldn't rot away. Figure out where we want to put this one. There's a couple other flat ones here, so I kind of want to put it there. I need to move the roller, I think, then we're going to put it there. I think we're going to put it right there. But the roller is in the way first. Gotta move that out of the way somewhere. Det här var det enda som det här steg inte med det andra. Den vägen, med det här så lyft upp så backar så börjar stoppa. Neliveton på annars så får det hänga bakåt. No, här är sådana långa, måste ha långa här i kanten. Här skulle vara bra tror jag att sätta här. Så för de där 3 långa så är de all fina här. Så jag rullar det där bara åt sidan så får jag sätta den där. Jag rullar det här bara åt sidan. Ja. Bara får det bara rulla åt sidan så. Ja, vem måste vända. Bara dra det ifrån så. Det är lättast att dra det från en stua här. Så mycket bara att jag slipper rakt det. Jag kan inte kippa åt sidan. Jag måste kippa liksom. Släpp ner. Sådär, släpp ner bara. Släpp ner bara. Jo, det kan vara där. Så kippar jag den där. Mot det andra där ungefär, så är det bra. Now we should get it close to the other flat rocks. Where it slides a little bit backward. Nå där får den va! Det ska vara där men där går nog där då. That's good. I think it's good, it's not gonna move from there. Det är bra. It's good right there. Now John can drive down. Then I can put this tractor away. Try to dump it lower than the other, but it kind of fell up there, but it's fine. At least you can see the long rocks now well. They're in one place. Big pile of rocks. Then John will offload the smaller ones, and then we have a big pile of foundation rocks. If someone needs some foundation rocks for a building, these are for sale. leave the forks on this one. I don't really need to know what I'm gonna do next. So might as well leave the forks on. Close the door. Hit it when we were reversing. To grab our stuff. Batteries, things. And we can do a quick check of the field here at the end. Then tomorrow I think mostly we'll do. I have a lot of things to do in the garden. The garden has kind of been left behind here for a bit, so we need to do a bunch of garden stuff here now. Probably tomorrow. But yeah, at least barn is pretty much removed now. I don't have enough pockets for my things here. We got batteries, we got cables, all kinds of things. We can throw the small bricks. There was some small bricks here. Throw them to the side. Det där är den är lite, den är entinen. Ja. De andra kan man ju sätta med samma där i kassan dit. Det där är lite fråga, man kan sätta åt sidan dit. Ja. Här blir kunna pyramid nu. Stora undi och små undi. Det här var stora nu det här. Last big one, then we can also put all the bricks. Ja. Sen lyfta sista. Ja. Nousee. Good. Sen kan ta de här små, sen kan de här kan vi sätta lite framåt. I samma kassa, ja. Man tar bara, men ska de ta de här bara dit. De här små stenar kan bara få vart som helst. Så faller alltid jorden ner. Här är bara jord som är kvar där. Dirt. A little bit forward, then we can put the telephone poles there. Offload the rest of the things. Probably put the trailer away even, because we don't need this trailer there anymore. Det är Emma och työkalun, de tar man sig kipkärry, niin mun on nu bara stigoros nää työkalun. Kärron kan man ta imorgon. För till skoin, bara kipp den så får man tillbaka och tar allt tavara. Då får man så allt bort. Här är så här ett par långa om man ska ha så här lite där en sån här lång och så är det all där fyrkanter där dit. Här finns nog all möjliga sorter.
Där ser man nog vad det är så många gamla.
Ja, det är nog för hand skulle nog räcka en stund. Till för hand bör flytta. Nej, det är naturstenar, de var den där före. Aika kasa. Det är nog 10 ton stenar. Ja. Den där satt vi först bort, den där bommen, den var de mitt under annars. Den lyfte de på sten dit.
Ja, den har sten.
Ja.
Den där var till att man ska laga något.
För att ta en i gången så rasade skiten, jorden ner. Ja. Den där hålls nu just ihop bara, den där. Ja, i samma kasan där, bara inte det så. I think here we got some bricks, a lot of foundation rocks, all kinds of random stuff. Ja, så kommer mulden lite bort. Nu Lida ska gräva lite, nu tror jag att det här åker, det är nog just, nu passar det med det, men man ser det här, det är nog gror bra det här. Det är jämnt nu. Där väl fällar de en gång ner så där så. Man tvinnar lite så rutschar det. Ja. Ja, ser underligt ut först. Man nästan blir på kärron. Det är som kärron är vad det ledde ungefär. Ser tomt ut en stund. Men ganska snabbt blir man nog sen van att det inte är något. De har inte rutnat under nu nästan. De var nästan på jorden. Ja, som inte, de har inte rutnat. Aj, ja, där var det. Aj, jo, ja. Ja. Ja, de var långt in i jorden. Ja. Ja. Sen kärron kan man ju periaatteessa sätta bort i och inte behöver man den ut någon. Ja, det kan vara fasten. Ja. Det är ju som inte något brått nu där för det har varit stor. Man putsar lite. Så det där ventilbordet måste man måste ha det ändra om man får byta några packningarna själv in för där man lyfter så det rinner bara olja dit. Man ska sätta om man tar ypper och byter alla packningarna in i den.
Men det är något
Ja, för det droppar nog ett par olika ställen ska jag säga. Men det lönar sig att fixa för det bör läka lite onödigt mycket. Ja. Ja, det skulle nog borde gå. Det går nu så att det är nu inte så att dyra delar, det är bara några nya packningar. Man vet vad man ska göra bara. Ja. Man måste ta all slangarna loss så att man får bara det bordet. Ja. Man bara ser det från sidan och man ser det droppa bara just det att man har lyft något tyngre i alla fall. Det är nästan det rann bara, det bör vara liksom för mycket. Ja. Och när oljan är varm så läcker det lättare när det... Ja. Där är mulden bort. Men det är vitsigt, under ledun vitsigt att det var mjukt. Det är så när det på vintern ser du så det var ju kallt i vinter. Så det är ju något isolering på det jorden. Så det frusit djupt och sen först just på det så att smält för det blev som där spår när han körde in när man tog de sista stenarna. Det var alldeles som alldeles på våren, alldeles mogjort vet du. Och åkern på sidan var inte något spår. Ja, det källarna först just farit dit. När det är under golvet, det är ju kallt som något annat dit. Det måste vara det, för det var alldeles stor skillnad liksom. Alldeles mjukt och alldeles hårt. Där är en till så är det. Pölligt pinos. Jag gräver lite på åkern, ser du. Let's check the field a bit. Just gonna offload that and then it's good. The next project is probably building a roof on this one and figuring out where we put this, where we put the duals, what we do with the trailer, yeah. Build a roof, then we can put some stuff here maybe. Gotta figure that out still a bit. But yeah, we can see this. The fall plowed stuff, I'm sure here is okay moisture. At least we can see there's a little bunch of like small weeds, but those are usually not bad. I don't think this is the clover, it's probably weeds, but let's dig down a bit. Here is good moisture here. This is pretty good, I would say. Like you could put more, but it's almost the dirt you can almost make like a, you can see you can make a chunk almost. This is like this has some moisture, so I'm sure here it's fine. Like right now this is growing fine. This is okay here. But more liquids would not hurt. But it's not critical at the moment, and the next week now it's gonna be really cold weather, so this is fine. This is fine. It's pretty much at the 2-leaf stage now. Yeah, 2 leaves. We can soon spray on the manganese. But yeah, this is very even. We need to fly with the drone and take a look of the whole field. Did John spray the micro stuff already? No, we'll spray soon. Probably within the next week or something we can spray. We will spray it on all the oat fields. So it's gonna be like 24 hectares. But now we can look at the spring plowed stuff, which is looking better every day. The stuff that germinated later, it is coming now, and there's still stuff that's just beneath the surface. So this will be kind of uneven, but I think everything eventually will germinate. I see here where there's nothing yet. Did he miss this with the cedar maybe? Maybe he missed this with the cedar. But even here you can see there is moisture, so if there is some seeds here, this should be enough to get them started. Maybe he missed this little piece with the cedar. But otherwise you can see there is pretty much coming up stuff everywhere now. See, here's like a little patch where there's nothing yet, but maybe the seeds are just in the dirt somewhere. Ah, there's a bunch of oats, you can see there. It's just coming up out of the ground. Yeah, here, there's some. So it's really uneven, but everything seems to be germinating now. We got just enough moisture, I think, for everything to germinate. Yeah, there's one. I don't see any seeds that have not done anything yet, so seems good. But it wouldn't hurt with more rain. But yeah, again, this spring, this close to a total disaster here. The 110mm plus 5mm that we got, I think it was barely enough to get everything started. Because yeah, this is always the hills are always the worst spots. Like this is fine here. All this germinated pretty evenly. It's just always the edges here, it's always rough here. But I think for now we're okay. Yeah, here we're in the plowed where where you did when I plowed it this way, where the kind of ditch is the ground, and some of it has 2 leaves. But yeah, everything, it has germinated. There's a bunch on the way still there. So that's good. We dodged the first bullet at least. Everything did eventually germinate. A little bit uneven here, but we can take a look. I did spray here. It looks maybe better there. I did spray it pretty much, not right after we seeded, but pretty soon after we seeded. So I think here everything germinated immediately, like right off the bat. But yeah, it's all coming here too, it's just smaller. Yeah, here was from this post. Here I irrigated. It was 1 circle here and then 1 circle further out in the field. Further out I can't see any difference. But right here it's better. You can see there's almost nothing. Here it's a little bit better. And then where the sprinkler ended, it's worse there. But there is something coming up everywhere. I can see the rows even there. Even on the really bad part. It is coming up even there. Getting better. It will be uneven, but there will be something everywhere, I think. Looks much better now than a week ago. And in 1 more week, I think all this has come up that's here also. I'm hoping at least. It looks like there's now green everywhere here. Yeah, there is green everywhere. It's very, here you can see clearly how uneven it is. Like some of the stuff that's visible on stream is 2 leaves, but then in between there's like stuff that's just barely come out of the ground. Like right here there's a bunch of this small stuff. So it should look a lot better in 1 week. Hopefully everything germinated here also in the bad parts. But yeah, we will see. It's gonna get kind of cold weather now forward, so hopefully there is more rain. I mean, again, still 20-30 mils on this would not hurt. It would be very good. But it's looking better every day. Not a complete disaster, at least so far. Oh yeah, the garden needs some work. We have forgot the garden for a few weeks here. The strawberries are flowering, that's good. The garden has some weeds in it. We need to do some weeding. A bunch of weeding over there. But yeah, that's for another day. And see, there's some stuff. Yeah, here's some beans have come up. I see lettuce has come up. The onions have come up. Potatoes probably soon. What did I put here? I don't even remember. But yeah, stuff is coming up. How does it look here? Yeah, here we got good moisture also. And I have only irrigated this like once, I think. Yeah, here's some stuff that has come up here. Whatever I put here. Greenhouse. I guess we can take a quick look at the greenhouse, but then we'll end for today. There will be a bunch more tomorrow when I can actually do more garden stuff now. Once we get all the stuff done on the field, then we can do like I need to weed this. I haven't put anything here, but this needs to be weeded, all this. Here I put the sunflowers. They probably are coming up soon-ish. Soon-ish. But yeah, let's just take a quick look in the greenhouse. I have a bunch of stuff to do here. Needs to be weeded inside here also. But yeah, potatoes are doing fine here now. Finally they are growing. Tomatoes need irrigation. Corn. These are the watermelons. Probably need, do we have water here? I need to get more water. These definitely need some liquids here. It was really hot inside here today probably. Yeah, I need more water. And I could take a garden hose here, but maybe we should for today just fill this up for today and irrigate this stuff before it dies. Let's see, what is it inside here right now? Yeah, 30 degrees. 32. Let's put some water on that before I forget it. Then once that's irrigated, then it's good for today. Then we'll see tomorrow when we do more proper garden work. Also, all that stuff needs to be planted in the greenhouse. It's just in the greenhouse now, but it's not planted there. So that needs to be done. Tomatoes need water. Metallrosk, nämä on för de halvor. Just get a little water. De var 32 just nu. Nää. Behöver nu vara med, om det blir så många sådana här dagar så måste man hypa nu. I got the hose here, I should probably use that, but I would still have to go inside there and put it on. So for today we'll do this sprayer thing here. Just need a little water on those. There's the gherkins, a little bit on the tomatoes. A little bit on the corn, which doesn't look really that good. I don't know if I put too much water or not enough water. The corn looks kind of brown at the end. These guys look really good though. I'm sure that's enough. A little bit for the potatoes. But yeah, these will be very interesting. New things this year. But all these will be need to planted here. Or on the other side, or on the end here. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. We'll see you guys next time with probably a bunch of gardening, because yeah, this has been left behind here a little bit. But yeah, thanks for watching. Have a good weekend.
cat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah, the weather is the boss. Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky, from the valley to